Okay, we're up. Wait. 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 Okay, something on my computer got really unhappy. Sorry about that. We had a little bit of a crash. Anyway, I am gonna use Twitch 20 to run an ad again. As time to recruit for Northbourne. YouTube Studio is doing stuff I don't like. Oh, there we go. Okay. And yeah, anyway, if you want to join in, hit me up in Gamer in the Discord. Ooh. Okay. And yeah, what I was saying before the crash was I did a bunch of grinding. We managed to make it to, like, what, level 16 on stream last night. And then I managed to get to 17, almost 18 off stream. And then today I got to level 19. So yeah, we'll see if we can do the quest. If we can do the quest, then that's all I really need. So yeah, we'll find out. And then we'll just hang out in Northbourne, do the story, do some grinding, explore. Oh, I also managed to finish leveling up Knight. So now I'm working on Dancer. And by that I mean I literally, right before stream, and this is part of why stream started late, I did a CE. I hit level 19, Knight hit level 6, and then I switched to Dancer, and then I exited and started stream. And worst case scenario, I will do things solo until community members are able to join in. I know it's a bit earlier than we normally do things, so people may not be available yet. Everybody. Okay, people aren't available right now. So I'm just gonna jump in. We'll find out if I can do this quest. And yeah, so when we left off last night, before I realized, oh, I should level, the archive wanted to talk to us. Time to find out what about. Also, I need to check something. What are the jobs that are available in here? You're not going to be able to tell me that. You are. It's flipped between here and Southhorn. It's confusing. That's not what I wanted. I wanted other. Okay, ninja, black mage, white mage, red mage. Alright, obviously we're going to want to start with getting currency for the writing map, but then... Anyway, hi everybody. You'd best get prepared. There's no telling what's waiting for us outside the camp. I mean, I prepared as much as I could. This etherite won't provide passage to the South Horn. I noticed. Did I ever attune to this thing? Yeah, right. Oh, okay, I did. Alright, what's up, Archive? I was hoping we could discuss the soul shards. You know, those crystalline records of martial methods conceived by the 12 city-states of Eld. Yeah, I only still know about, like, 4 of those. I was oh, here we go. Okay. As you no doubt recall, I posited they would only function upon the isle itself. Was my hypothesis correct? Looks like it. Not that I think I've tried outside, but you know. Part of me had wondered whether you in particular might be able to wield the shard's power beyond the ward. Evidently not. In truth, I've also been pondering the reason you were summoned here in the first place. If the voice you heard belongs to the island's architect, then seeking him out in the Tower of Magic ought to provide answers on that front too. In other words, the time has come to venture forth once more. Yeah! Time to venture forth. So far, it's letting me do the quests. I trust you to fix the soul shard up here, person. They won't do a thing languishing in the bottom of your bag. Knowledge itself is neutral. The concepts of good and evil only exist in the heart of man. Captain Ram is ready and raring to explore. Back on the south, or that's not his voice. Back on the South Horn, the only way to, or into the Fourth Tower was by way of the ethereal node that appeared during those auroral mirages. Assuming a similar node exists on this part, or part of the island, we ought to look for the structure housing it. If me hunch is correct, there'll be a confluence connected to the tower nearby, so keep your eyes peeled. I'll also be taking a look around myself. Get in touch via Linkfrill if you find anything. Cool! Oh, you want to join in? Okay, hang on. Let me hop out. Let me be smart about hopping out. Meow. Where are you? Or I could just use my friends list. There we go. Also, get in the part. There you are. I was about to say, get in voice chat, nerd. Hello. Are you ready to go? Also, if you're talking, we can't hear you. There you are. Hello. Okay, ready to go in? Okay, let's go. Etherite, huh? It's fine. Friends lists exist. You don't even need to be on the same server I don't even know if you need to be in the Phantom Village to queue in as long as the person queuing you in is. Anyway, did you catch any of last night's stream or hear what happened? Okay, so I was supposed to start Northhorn yesterday. Get in here, look at my level, because I remembered, oh yeah, I kind of only did the story on this character. Did I finish leveling? And I was level 9. So we spent all of last night grinding. I hit level like 15 or 6. I hit like 16 or 17, I think. And then I did some additional grinding last night, did some final grinding today, which is why I'm level 19. And now we're seeing if I can do this content at level 19. As long as I can get experience, I should be fine. Ah! Hang on, I forgot. The combat music in this area is scary. I know. I did this on my main. I barely touched, like, I got to the point where I have to do a CE on my main for the story. And then, oh, that doesn't hurt that bad. Anyway, I ended up running around here and just like exploring everything. So I have not quite finished things yet on this character. Or on my main. So we may actually hit a point in the story where I haven't actually done it on my main yet. We may get some first time reactions. Hee hee. Yeah. I have done one CE in here on my main. And it was the one that is probably gonna spawn memes. Okay. I don't think we can make it. I literally just got, like, freedom in here. But I have to go to the confluence, which is in this direction. But yeah, I'm a little disappointed that the areas in here aren't... Oh, by the way, we know we just told you that there are like 12 city-states from the 5th Astral Era, and you only know about 4 of them, but we're still only going to tell you about 4 of them, apparently. I was hoping that, like, the areas in here would be more of the city-states we didn't know about. Right now I want to focus on story. But... sure. Anyway, story time. Well, this does not appear, while this does appear to be a confluence, the flow of ether is barely perceptible. Regardless of whether this location is actually linked to the Tower of Magic or not, Captain Ram will wish to hear your findings. Well, it's certainly a confluence. It's so pretty at night in here. And this structure is almost identical to the one on the South Horn. I think it's safe to say this is where the ethereal node ought to be. But something's not quite right. I'm not sure if arcane trickery is to blame, but this pavilion's completely inert right now. No point in us pondering out here, though. Let's head back to to camp and see if we can't chip away at the archive seal some more. Alright, time to grab that etherite while I'm here. Anyway, Core! Are you excited about Evercold? Uh-huh. Because you were... Mm-hmm. Oh. Amazing. I would think that they would have it not be visible to you until you've unlocked it. That's really interesting. Oh, yeah, like in Shadowbringers. Uh-oh. This is also not the way to the Aetheryte, apparently. Oh, there. I think I see how to get there. How come combat music is suddenly so threatening in here compared to Southhorn? Fun fact, Final Fantasy V was like, okay, it was at the very least, I had it on the Game Boy Advance, and I don't remember if I got it. I think the Final Fantasy V may have been my first Final Fantasy game. I think I played 12 second. Yeah. Well, okay, because what happened is, me, little ADHD kid, my parents didn't want to get me video games or, like, a console because they were worried that, like, I'd be too easily distracted by it. Pro tip, don't do that. Teach your kid moderation instead. But anyway, so yeah, but then there was a family event and my cousin had a GBA and I ended up borrowing it for the entire thing. And so at that point, my parents couldn't not get me something. So I got a Game Boy Advance when I was like in 6th grade. Which is why my first Pokemon was Sapphire, even though I am a 90s kid. That, and also I've always liked the Digimon anime better, because I have good taste in TV shows. Anyway, but, so, yeah, and then I know I, at one point, got Final Fantasy V, and then my first PS2 game, I finally got a PS2 when I was, like, 16, and my first game on it was Final Fantasy XII. So that's why I don't completely remember. I know I could have just teleported, I just want to explore. But, like, that is why I can't remember if my first Final Fantasy game was 5 or 12. I also didn't finish either until I streamed them. Also, one moment. Library! Oh yeah, that was the first CE I did in here. That's why I was saying, oh yeah, the CE I did is like the one full of memes. They know better. Final Fantasy XIV players can't do math. They don't know what a prime number is. They don't know how to divide by 5. I know, but like, I also died to the mechanic the first time I saw it because I'm disappointed there isn't a field note in here. No, what happened for me is I didn't see what the skill was, and I followed the party, but I followed the wrong group of people. I couldn't understand why people were standing on both sides of the AoE thing. And then I realized, oh, it's map. No! Do they not know what level 5 death is? Did they not pay attention to what skills were called? I mean, I realize I probably didn't. But did they not pay attention in World of Darkness? It's in this game! I know, but... people run away! But still! My favorite story, I know I tell this all the time, is still the fact that when we did World of Darkness on this character, and we did it with like 18 people, I'd said in Alliance chat, hey guys, don't forget about worms when we got to the last boss and nobody knew what I was talking about, and then we wiped. You're like, worms? Wipe. Oh! It's like, yeah, it's really easy, you just have to attack them, but if you don't, it's a problem. Ooh. Yeah! Although, even min item level... Considering how easy those fights were even with 18 people, I wonder if he'll still even see those mechanics with the full 24. Yes, and it still felt really easy. That's why I do things with 15 now. Interesting. Oh, well, yeah, because nobody remembered. Behemoth was a problem for us too, because we couldn't remember the mechanics. Or, no, it wasn't Behemoth. It was... No, yeah, Behemoth has those towers, right? Yeah, and we couldn't... It'd been so long. We had to look up a guide. We had to look up a guide for that. The giant ugly dog mobs. Oh. Amazing, incredible. Well, the other problem, especially even for me as a vet player, is when I hit level 50, Circus Tower was the current Alliance raid. So that, and also back then, Loda had 2 tanks, yeah. And so it was the off tank's responsibility to deal with towers, and so I didn't know that mechanic very well. And so I wasn't sure how things had changed and what the specific mechanics were at min item level versus when it was already old content. But yeah, speaking of respecting mechanics, it was so funny when I was doing the early Realm Reborn dungeons. Because people are used to doing those dungeons at I-110, not I-45. And every single tank I had tried to big pull and then learned very quickly that those dungeons were not designed with big pulls in mind. when you are squishy little I-45. And I had multiple tanks who were like, oh my god, this is actually harder than Savage. We should do those dungeons mid-item level again sometime. They were fun. Also... No, they do have a mid-item level. I'm not talking about the leveling dungeons. I'm talking about, like, Amdaport Heat. Oh, I think they do. I think they added something. But no, I'm talking about, sorry. I'm talking about the early level 50 dungeons, which are really fun and very difficult when you mine them, because people are used to doing them, like, at twice the item level, more than twice the item level of what the mine is. Unfortunately, starting in, like, I didn't start doing this until Stormblood, but probably starting in, like, Heaven's Word, probably because there aren't as many, you kind of need to still have, like, 3 people in the party to be able to feel anything, otherwise it's still too easy. Anyway, I'm gonna actually do this quest.
Found the pavilion, did you?
I'm guessing the archive still relies on what you've seen and learned to unlock his knowledge. Let's give it a try, shall we? Kettenram tells me you found a confluence by the pavilion. Pray share more details. Well, it sure was a confluence, and it sure was by a pavilion. Judging by your account, I believe the confluence does indeed connect with the Tower of Magic. Ah, and there goes the familiar sensation of the seal eroding. Any ideas as to why we can't use the ethereal node? Several, but let me first touch upon the forked towers themselves. Over 1,500 years ago, the island's architect foresaw a calamitous disaster, and thus sought to preserve a facet of all civilization here on the occult present. All civilization, huh? But to do so, it means storing the very knowledge of that storing the very knowledge that imperiled the world in a single location. Measures to prevent its misuse would be essential. Hence the ward and all the storms in Shade's Triangle. Precisely. And it is the forked towers that form the backbone of this approach. The Tower of Blood to protect those deadly storms, project those deadly storms, and the Tower of Magic to maintain that impenetrable ward. Both undertakings required highly advanced techniques and near constant monitoring, which is why the towers are manned. As I've said before, I believe it is the architect himself who resides in the Tower of Magic. So the towers are both conduits for all that magic, and humble abodes for the overseers. Seems like a lot of bother just to keep one tiny island hidden from prying eyes. Even prying eyes don't deserve to be trapped against their will. So that's your belief. Either way, Tower of Magic is the focal point of the ward. All of the Isle's ethereal currents converge upon it. If the confluence you discovered is indeed so greatly diminished, we must assume all is not well with the island's ether. Thus begins our next investigation.
Yeah, let's go!
The towers may have helped shape the occult crescent as we know it, but that is not the whole story. Clearly. The forked towers are the largest structures on the island. As such, they also store the lion's share of the knowledge and relics. Fifth and Ram is considering your next steps. So, the Isle's ethereal currents are in disarray. Come to think of it, the landscape here is completely different to what we saw down south. It feels warped, unnatural even. We ought to investigate what caused those changes. And I suggest we start by surveying multiple confluences. That should give us a clearer picture of what's happening at the ethereal level. I have a mind to accompany you on your excursion. That way, I can immediately share what the Seal's undoing reveals at each site. No need to pay me any heed, though. In the interest of avoiding my untimely demise at the hands of some fell fiend, I shall follow stealthily at a safe distance. In that case, I'll stay put. I suggest you concentrate your search on the ruins in the area and check for any abnormalities. Judging by our scout's reports, the ambient ether is census around the ruins. Methinks they'll be your best bet for finding any confluences. I have no idea why, but I've become rather adept at skulking through the shadows since being afflicted with us. You shan't even know I'm following you. I think I shall join you, too. Interesting. Okay, time for me to frolic! Do you quest? No. Explore. I got to the point where I have to do a CE, and then I had to start stream last night. And I have not had a chance to get back to it. Interesting. Maybe after stream I'll hit you up and you can help me out on my main. And I can actually, like, get further in the story on her. Depending on how late you're up. Oh, no. I'm surprised it doesn't just pop on its own from so many people needing it right now. Also, I'm going to turn my game volume down a little. There we go. Yeah. I assumed do they only spawn if you prep them, or does prepping them just make it spawn faster? Oh. Okay, have fun. It would be helpful. Is it just a lot of prepping? Interesting. Ah, I see. Ha ha ha. Mm-hmm. I didn't realize that was a hard requirement. I thought they just spawned on their own and prepping them made it happen faster. I mean, I knew that. I knew that with Eureka. Yeah. But like, I didn't realize that was still a thing in Occult Crescent. I thought prepping just made it happen faster. Interesting. So Also, I guess gold farming probably helps with prepping in here too. Okay. Yeah. Anyway. Uh-oh, 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 ow. Why do they have a mob just standing by the confluence? Anyway. But yeah. By the way, I've been talking about this in Discord. I think I may have mentioned it on stream, maybe once. But I did the math, and assuming the FanFest keynote in JP is going to be at 10 a.m. Tokyo time, it'll be at like 8 p.m. my time. So I'll probably be doing live reactions if you want to join in on that. We can get all excited about shit together. I more like, man, you should have seen my reaction when I found out that they freed the horn as an Aura main. I didn't think they were going to necessarily peel Aura because, like, they're not going to get rid of the thing that makes the race what it is. I was wondering if they were going to make the... They are removing your tail and ears, though! It makes sense for me. Like, that makes sense for me, though, because it's not like it's a genetic thing. They're removing the stuff that, like... I think what Yoshi P is doing is he still wants things to be lore-friendly, so instead of being like, okay... Like, yeah, he's saying, oh yeah, I'm willing to, like, pull away from how precious I am about lore. What he's doing is he's introducing stuff into the game to make the changes the players want lore-friendly. I think that may be actually part of the reason why they gave us Solution 9, so that way any modern glamours and, like, appearances and housing and stuff could still be lore-friendly. And now that we're going to... the 4th, I bet we're gonna see Mikote that don't have the face paint on the 4th, and Vera and Lalafell that don't have the darkened noses. Because that's probably, like, so then you can say, oh yeah, I'm from the 4th, or, like, I'm just from a culture that doesn't have this, and it's still lore-friendly. Honestly, right now I'm bummed we haven't gotten a Garlean car as a mount. There's all these wrecked cars all over Garlemald. Just have Sid fix one up for us and give it to us. Exactly! Their owners aren't using them anymore. They're probably not alive anymore. Give the Garleans a chance to, like, reclaim their property and then let the Warrior of Light have one of the cars whose owner turned into a blasphemy. Easy. Just don't think too hard about the fact that you were probably the one who killed them. Well, no, okay, here's the thing. They even said in story, like, once the body gets changed, it's too late for them, even we can't help them with the cure. So, and all the Tempered we killed were, like, transformed. Yeah. Right, but not since we got the cure. I know, but like before then, it was a mercy killing. But no, because until we had a cure, and MSQ even addresses this, it was a mercy killing. They had to round up all the tempered after Ifrit got summoned and cure them. Mm-hmm. I think antiviral probably is more accurate, but yeah. Yeah, but you know, the consequences were worse. Anyway, let me do this cutscene real quick. Not even the ravages of time can dim the allure of Nimian ingenuity. Of course, the Nim of my time was not so unconcerned with gravity. That's a great way of wording that. This strange floating aspect was not an inherent feature of the city. Though, having examined the confluence, the underlying phenomenon is clear. Excess wind energies have weakened the bonds between building and ground, creating the landscape you see before you. Makes sense, I guess. Intriguingly, this result seems somehow intentional. But that hardly aligns with the goal of accurately preserving 5th Astral Era history. Alas, there's not much else to glean from this confluence. Let us seek out other ruins. I mean, it did preserve 5th Astral Era history, just history that hadn't happened yet when this island was established. Anyway. Oh, where is it? Oh, wait. It's up here. Oh, that was you. Okay. I heard the music and I was like, no! I dodged that coral! I love Shadowbringers, but Shadowbringers was the expansion where I finally turned off battle music because it's combat music, its field combat music is so jarring. And I was in a party with my friends and I went into Raktika Greatwood and like everything was all nice and chill, and then suddenly I don't dislike it, it's just really jarring and overstimulating. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I see. See, I don't mind it. My problem is just like, especially the zones in Shadowbringers have such chill field music, and it's so jarring to hear like super hardcore guitar all of a sudden. But like, I also can't judge you for not liking something in this game because I feel like I am being gaslit every time people call Endwalker peak. And playing it a second time sure as fuck didn't help with that. Oh, I recognize a battle area when I see one. Have fun! It's fine. I have quests I need to do before I start grinding or whatever. And I need to explore. Also, what did I do in here that got me halfway to level 20 already? I'm not getting experience from you doing things, am I? That's not how that works. Uh-oh. Let me see. Oh, it's probably the quests. It's probably the quests. Yeah, it's probably the quests. Okay. Good to know, actually. Let's see here. What's a not stupid way of getting where I want to go? I guess this way. But yeah. I wish we could turn off Fate music. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Ooh. I know there are people who, like, I think it's with Arknights, where they wish that they could have the game, like, when you have voice cutscenes be in English, but then have the Japanese voices for, like, the individual operators. Yeah. That being said, I'm okay with the granted, usually because it's my fidget that I'm doing while, like, watching TV or whatever, I usually have the sound off when I'm playing Arknights. And then I turn it on so that I can hear Phantom wish me, like, Happy New Year's or something. Yeah. Okay, to be fair, the problem then is not Ben Starr. The problem is they should have had some variety to the voice acting. Yeah, it's just repetition. Yeah. Oh, I know, because let me tell you about the first time I ever did, what's the Titan fight? Sepulcher? No. Yes? No, other Titan. Eden Titan. Eden Titan. Yeah, okay. So the first time I did that fight, and this was on release, mind you, so there was a lot of dying, and one of our healers had a res macro. Pro tip, if you're doing brand new raid content, turn off your res macro. And also the worst part is their macro had a typo in it. Yeah, so that was an experience. Interesting. Uh-oh. Okay, now we're good. But yeah, no. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, on the flip side, that is why a test of your reflexes is a meme. And filthy racks and sickness must be purged. Yes. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. I'm trying to remember. You started in Heaven's Word, right? Oh. Oh. Okay. Mm-hmm. There. Okay, so. Yeah. Which I've now done with 11, which has me like, do I want to try 11? I don't want to pay for a second MMO right now, but, they removed the time limit on the free trial. But okay, so you were not there when when Stormblood first got announced and somebody made an edit of the, it's still out there on the internet somewhere, but somebody made an edit of the trailer where every time Lys in the Warrior of Lights it's connected, it said sloppy. I'll have to... Have you seen it? Or are you just like, oh, okay, I'll have to find that and post that in memes in the Discord. Let's see here. But I think it was like on Tumblr, so I don't know if it made it onto YouTube. I'll have to look or dig it up later. But yeah, it was very funny because they edited it really well where like when you have that scene in the trailer where it like they're fighting in the distance but it's showing like the guy and his chocobo, they quieted it down so that it was coming from the distance. But yeah, I'll have to see if it's still on the internet. But yeah, anyway, let me do this confluence real quick. Something tells me we ought to not linger here. Thankfully, I was able to examine several ethereal flows en route. Something has sapped the area's earth-aspected energies, leading to a decline in the purifying potential of the soil, and a veritable mold invasion. This really makes me wonder if, like, the reason why, Lost City of Amdapor reminds me of Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind wasn't intentional, and, like, an on-purpose reference. Because that's exactly what happened in Nausicaa's, world building. Now, or rather, it was, pollution and like humanity fucking up the planet, and the toxic forest was actually the trees cleansing the earth of the pollution. Now, I understand that the lost city of Amdapor is likewise riddled with rot. Yet I find it difficult to believe those moldering forces could sweep as far as here. Not only is the North Horn isolated from the rest of the Isle, the cult Preston itself is miles away from the nearest port. Besides, if those foul spores had somehow spread here, I would expect the entire region to be infested.
At least we are beginning to glimpse the sheer extent of the environmental decay. Tis fortunate the nearby ethereal currents were still somewhat detectable. On that note, I suggest we take our leave of these streets before we ourselves sprout from moldy growths. More ruins. Oh, wait.
It's fine. As long as my, like, voice acting coughing doesn't result in me actually coughing, because allergies, we're fine. Not that I'm speaking based off of things that have actually happened. Wait, I want to go this way, actually. But yeah. Oh! Ash, thank you for the posture check. And the hydrate. Also, hello! Anyway. Core, you play tank, right? What do you think of Bastion? Mm-hmm. Okay, here's... Yeah. Yeah. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, no! I've had Discord... Oh, I know what happened. Nobody on stream has been able to hear you talk this entire time because I've had Discord muted. Because I hit the wrong thing on my thing this entire time.
That's
Hi.
So good.
Ash, thank you for finally being the person to say something in chat.
Listen, I appreciate that stream is a lot more watchable when I'm muted, but no, yeah, because I mute stream, so I'm not hearing myself twice. But
yeah, no, that's completely fair.
But yeah.
It's okay. It just means that I won't get canceled over your trash opinions that you were totally saying this whole time.
Funny.
I can't believe you said those things.
Yeah, I mean, I can't, but you know, to be fair, the Alamegans deserved it.
Oh my god! Dude! Anyway. Yeah, we went a whole hour with nobody being able to hear half the conversation.
That's so funny.
That
was an hour?
Yeah, I've been live for like 58, or yeah, I've been streaming for like 58 minutes according to YouTube.
Field ops are crazy, just complete time vampires.
I'm gonna go ahead and grab that. Anyway, yeah, okay, because here's the thing. My thought was that we were gonna get some, and I was like half right. My theory was that we were gonna get some kind of like Valkyrie-inspired tank job, but I thought it was gonna be a shield and a spear, because Final Fantasy IV, and I thought Estinian was gonna be the new tank, because we do have a shortage of tanks when it comes to trusts, and that balanced things out. And then it would just be, okay, he picks up a shield to go with the spear he already has, because it makes sense to me that Kane might get a focus in, or whoops, Freudian slip there, that Estinian might get a bit of focus in Evercold, because he is based off of Kane. Like, they could have just named him Kane and nobody who knows Final Fantasy IV would have batted an eye. He is to Crane what Kryl is to Kryl. And in after years, Kane does get a slight job change, and it is just if Dragoon was Paladin. He gets Holy Magic.
I think it's a pretty safe bet the next main tank we get is a Hoplite. I think that's an extremely safe bet.
But anyway, so I thought it was going to be, okay, it'll be based off of Kane getting that thing. but like it'd be from Ishgard, and so instead of calling it Valkyrie, which is an all-female thing to begin with, they could have called it Templar and base it off of Heloni. But I was half right. It has the Valkyrie aesthetic, and like you said, kind of just Paladin, but with two shields and gun.
I do think it's a little confusing design, and you know, we'll wait and see, right?
Yeah.
I'm not jumping to big conclusions on anything here.
Here's my thing. Go ahead.
So what I'm just kind of confused by is why it seems that a ranged phase is a gimmick of the tank type that is going to be holding aggro.
I think it probably has to do with dodging AoEs.
Like a ranged phase. Well, you know, a ranged phase on anyone's side, it just seems like a ranged phase would be more useful on the tank that doesn't kite the boss.
Okay, so we're gonna have to see what the fight designs are like in Evercold.
Yeah.
My guess is it has to do with the tank still being able to attack and hold, like, maintain aggro, while dodging AoEs that might force the tank to get some distance from the boss.
In the middle of the fight, if the tank is losing aggro because it missed a couple of GCDs,
we'll see how they change aggro.
Your problems
generation.
are so much bigger. They're not going to tune it that tight.
You weren't. Oh, that's right. You started in Shadowbringers. So back before Shadowbringers, when they buffed aggro generation for tanks, it was a lot easier.
Not going back to that.
It was a lot easier for tanks to troll their friends using Shirk. And B, DPS jobs used to have a skill that lowered their aggro generation, and they basically had to use it on cooldown.
Yeah, that's how WoW does it. They're not.
So we'll see what they do with Evolve mode. But I think part of it may just have to do with, let's see what fight design looks like in Evercold. That might be a part of it. There is also the fact that I always find it funny when people, or like when a new job is announced and people immediately declare it their new main. And I'm saying, like, guys, all we have is a trailer. You don't actually know how it plays. You don't know what its kit looks like.
Do you play fighting games ever?
Not really, but I'm guessing the same thing happens.
It's not so much when a character gets announced. It's not like just that. It's that if you ask someone for advice on how to get into fighting games and like how to pick a first character, you know, some people saying, "Oh, like just pick like the most basic character, like just pick Ryu or Ken," and they're wrong. There's some people who tell you, "Oh, you know, like pick a top tier, pick one of the strongest characters," and they're wrong. The correct first character to pick in a fighting game is whichever one you think is coolest.
I mean, that is why I started off with Taukaka and BlazBlue.
Yep,
and then I realized I didn't really like her playstyle, and I ended up becoming a Lambda main.
It takes now the trouble in Taukaka is like a weird gimmick character. A lot of characters that have like just a more standard design, you can get so much out of the vibes on this character are correct. And that's certainly a good place to start.
No, so, fair. I just would love to know what the statistics is of people who say new main when a job gets announced versus the number, like what percentage of those people even actually like unlock the job. Those of them who unlock the job, how many of them actually stick to it, or do they go back to their previous main?
Unlock them, I think probably almost all of them. Stick with them, certainly less. For Bastion, a big factor is that a lot of people are going to say, "Oh my god, new main, this is finally a tank that I want to play," and they're going to make roulette tanking, like roulette as healer or DPS, they're going to make it miserable for like a week or two. and then they'll realize, oh, I don't like playing tank, and I'm not good at it. So
that's why they stagger releasing tanks and releasing healers now,
right.
because
so they
getting
don't
into
ruin all
roulettes.
support.
Because getting into roulettes in Heavensward when we got a tank, a DPS, and a healer was interesting. Put it that way.
Right. Yep. 100%.
So yeah, but
yeah, I'm probably not gonna be maining Bastion, unless the only way I'm gonna switch away from Dark Knight as my main job is if
they really ruin it,
totally mess up off tanking. Like if they made the off tank sub role not fun, then yeah. But I don't think that's gonna happen.
I think it's gonna be interesting because it sounds like it's gonna be debuff tanks. What I'm struggling with right now is deciding what I'm gonna do with my character's lore, because I'm planning for Evercold to actually rename my stream character to Shizuru, which is her canonical name, because an AU version of my main is her twin sister, and they've got a whole thing going on. And so part of me is like, okay, like based off of like her character art, once Evercold hits, does it make sense for me to change her to Bastion so that, because Shizune's main tank is Paladin. So do I want them both to be main tanks because they want to protect each other, or do I want Shizuru to stay Dark Knight so that they have the whole like main tank off tank thing going on as twin sisters who are now adventuring together because Shizune enters the picture in Dawn Trail for her?
Well, I feel like the reality of switching Shizuru to main tank is then the sisters are fighting for aggro.
Maybe. That definitely have me leaning more towards keeping her as Dark Knight, because the whole thing, have I told you her lore? I can't remember. I know I've talked about it on stream. Okay.
I don't think in great detail, but yes.
Oh, okay. So basically, Shizuru started adventuring second. Somebody mistook her for his sister. And she wanted money and better jobs than what you can get as a brand new adventurer. So she was like, yeah, I'm Shizune. And then the lie snowballed and grew out of her control.
What? That's crazy. That never happens when you lie.
And which is why by Stormblood, she's like, oh, Lise, yeah, I don't know what that's like. By the way, we're all such good friends now. Why don't you guys call me Shizu? Because she still couldn't bring herself to tell them the truth. And then Dawn Trail rolls around, and like in this version, by the way, in this version there are two Azums. Sorry, Emmett Selk. I named them after the real names of the twins who became Gemini. But like Dawn Trail rolls around and they get to Tuliolo, and Erenville is like, by the way, recruited one more person to help us out. And in rolls real Shizune. And then Shizuru's like, shit, fuck.
Why the fuck do you look like me?
No, she knows. Everybody else is like, oh. Well, okay, well, actually, everybody else is like, yeah, we kind of already knew, because, like, with our information network, yeah, we were hearing stories about the famous adventurer Shizune Dazkar, like, on the opposite side of the continent where we knew you were. So we're not stupid. We knew. We were just waiting for you to feel comfortable telling us. And also, like, they knew both sisters, because I'm still trying to like hammer out the specifics, but I decided in her lore some of the side content was actually done by Shizune. Like the Eden's quests were actually Shizune. Because she also got isekai. She got gacha pulled. It's why it's in this version the real reason why Graha had trouble summoning the right person, because he didn't realize that he knew that the one person he thought was Shizune Dazkar was actually two different people. So he was trying to summon two people at once, thinking they were the same person, so he kept missing.
Do you realize that means he pulled the SSR on the same 10 pull where he got pity?
Yep.
It always happens.
Yeah. So Shizune was like off doing her own adventures. No, he didn't dupe. He got a second SSR at the same time that he got pity.
I mean,
He just didn't realize it was two different characters. But so Shizuru like identifies a lot with the struggles that Wukulmat was having, because she doesn't have a whole lot of confidence. As far as she's concerned, she is a fraud. She did not earn her reputation because she was doing it under her sister's name. And Shizune's like, no, shut the fuck up. Like, yeah, you were using my name, but it was still you doing those things. You deserve credit for what you did. So now they're adventuring together.
A little hard to stave off imposter syndrome when you are literally an imposter.
Yes. True, yes. Anyway, the ad ended a while ago. Let me do this confluence real quick. But yeah, I'm thinking about doing like short stories and posting them on Tumblr leading up to Everfold, with like screenshots of the sisters, and then as I play through MSQ on this character, like doing little screenshots involving both. Anyway, this sprawling structure bears all the hallmarks of Skallic craftsmanship, but my eye is drawn to the extensive flooding. The surfeit of water aspected ether appears to have disrupted the area's natural balance. One of the crew told me that the ancient city of Scala now lies at the bottom of a loch and under a palace. Although I state the obvious, 'twas not always so. The city's submerged state is the result of a calamitous flood, not some architectural quirk. In other words, if one sought a faithful reproduction of Skallic civilization as it stood in the 5th Astral Era, replicating the subsequent flood would be completely anachronistic. Well, at least we have further evidence of ethereal abnormalities. Onward to the next ruin. Yeah, onward to the next ruin! But first, north!
Newfound adventure! Oh, how much did you explore on Maine?
Oh, I ran around everywhere.
Did you get to the basement?
You mean the scary tunnel?
Have fun. Oh, yes. Yes.
Yes, I was there.
What a really reassuring thing to stumble into. I'm so looking
I went
forward
into it as like,
to
what
the
is
rest
the
of story being
graveyard from
normal.
Alamigo doing in here?
I was thinking, what in the Dark Souls
Oh,
are we doing
I
here?
mean,
But
have you? I was like, did they just reuse the assets from the graveyard or the like the tunnels in the mausoleum graveyard area, in the locks, but like without the holes in the ceiling. Also, oh, this is scary. Can I make it to this survey point, which I'm now going to have to remember to grab on my main? Yes, I can. Without getting murdered. I'm so good at this game. But yeah, I have my glamour set up for both characters for Everfold. I'm gonna change Shizuru's hair for Everfold. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with my main, but something.
yeah, let me tell you, the glam question got a little more annoying now that we know there will not be a snow and ice cold zone.
Well, yes, but
Unless he's lying, but
unless he's lying, or like, I'm wondering if we're gonna go to this. Hey, I don't know if we're actually gonna go to the surface, because on one hand, yeah, that makes sense. We're a zone for each element based off of each of the boats, but noticeably there's only 5 ships, and there are 6 elements. But on the other hand, that like going to the surface as the 6th zone feels so obvious and like doing the obvious thing.
it's way too obvious.
Yeah, like they have not done the obvious. They have never done the obvious thing except for in Stormblood. which makes me wonder what the actual final zone is going to be. My crackpot theory is that the final zone is going to be back on the source. But it might also be we go to the surface, but it's not what we think it is.
Yeah, I mean, if he's not lying about they're not designing a zone that's like snow and ice and stuff, well, you know, like dungeons and trials and stuff aren't a zone.
True.
So, you know, duties
Anyway,
on the surface.
By the basement, I'm assuming you mean this. Were you talking about this area?
Oh, you'll have fun.
Interesting. I'm pretty sure I got the whole map on my main.
Go to your map real quick.
Hang on, let me make it bigger.
Funny little thing in the upper left. No, sorry, the upper right, right?
Ow! Okay, now you have to get me because that was your fault.
Subterranean. No, I mean of the map screen where it lets you switch between the surface and the subterranean.
Oh! 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 Oh!
So, anyways, please look forward to it.
Huh! Anyway, come get me. I died it when it was your fault.
Well, that's actually true this time.
I could have still been running if I hadn't stopped to mess with my map.
It's a C ending, and he's at 20%. So
Okay.
I'll do those.
Anyway, question.
No.
As we continue this podcast, what are your thoughts on everybody thinking that Visna is going to be the range physical job?
That what is?
Visna, the tiny little Mikote girl from the trailer with the falcon.
I don't think so. That's a child. That's a baby child. And I don't think they are going to make. I mean, you're not. I don't think you're going to go into. Well,
to be fair, so is Reen.
Reen is not based on a child here model. I don't think.
She's at least a teenager. Sometimes it can be hard to judge age based off of
that character is a baby child in a way that is like that is how pre-adolescent Mikote are rendered in game.
Fair. Here's my thing.
Reen is a young Hewer.
Here's my thing. Back when Stormblood was first announced, like when we got that first trailer, and we didn't know who the lady in the trailer was, we called her the Lady in Red. And there were a lot of people who thought she was a dancer and were convinced that we were getting Dancer in Stormblood. And then that obviously didn't happen.
Miscalibrated just a little bit.
And this reminds me of that. People also thought Dancer was going to be a healer.
Yeah, I haven't looked. I'm thinking out loud here. What I would do if I weren't mid-conversation is go and look up the sequence of like how new stuff was revealed in each FanFest trailer.
Oh, I can tell you that.
To see if this makes sense. But my gut feeling is that like this FanFest was like, as far as revealing stuff about jobs explicitly, it's about Bastion. So I think it would be weird if we saw in the trailer also
the new job. The
new job and the person who's going to be the new job, and that job is going to be about a falcon and like a wand and stuff.
Here's my thing. With the exception of the first Shadowbringers trailer, where Yoshi P explicitly told us that Thancred was the new job and invited us to speculate, they have never put a job in the trailer until like the job is being announced. they did not have Dancer in the trailer until the final
That's exactly
trailer?
what I'd be checking.
Yeah,
I mean,
they did not have. They actively hid what, like, Xenos was in the trailer for Endwalker from like pretty early on, but they actively hid what his weapon was until the full version. Dancer was not in the trailer until the full version of the trailer, and if you look up when the trailer, I've looked this up because I got into an argument with somebody on Tumblr. But the trailer for Dancer was posted on YouTube the same day that the trailer for the full trailer for the expansion was announced, and posted. They would not put a new job in the trailer in July when it wasn't going to be announced until October. And I know there's like a sound effect that everybody is saying.
Falcon has something to do with it.
Well,
I don't think that's crazy, but
maybe. Here's my thing. I know that they like quote unquote leaked. I don't know why people are saying leaked as if that wasn't a scripted thing.
Listen, they that's just what people do at FanFest now. Like, they pretend that it wasn't planned, and they ignore that jokes are occurring.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I know people are saying that the range physical sound effect that they've shared sounded like a bird, but I've listened to it multiple times, and people are saying, "Oh, it's the same sound effect as the trailer," and I've listened to it side by side. No, it's not.
It's
and
not the
honestly,
same sound effect.
It doesn't. I think it's like I can understand why people hear a bird. But I also think people were primed to hear a bird because it's what they were expecting, and so that's what they're hearing. And to me, it sounds more metallic.
Everyone that I was talking to as the trailer was being shown, like everyone I was talking to live, thought it sounded like a horse. The bird interpretation took over really quickly, but when all we had was you heard that sound effect once. Not the trailer, obviously, the panel. You know, when you just heard that sound effect and you hadn't rewound to listen to it a million times again, everyone I was talking to thought it sounded like a horse. I mean, distorted, but
interesting.
We were joking about the new job, obviously being the Uma Musume job.
Amazing.
It's all about the drop kicks.
New job, Cavalier.
Yeah.
But no, here's my thing, there are a lot of sound effects in this game, especially job sound effects, where if you heard them out of context, you would have no idea what you were hearing. Case in point, have you ever paid really close attention to Dragoon sound effects, specifically Chaos Thrust / I forget the name of the skill that it turns
the one for
to?
harp.
Yes. Or it's Japanese style like music. But I'm like, yeah, you would think that was a bard skill or maybe samurai. And it's because it's based off of the random cherry blossom. It's because it's based off of the random cherry blossom themed skill that Freya has in mind. That is why that skill is what it is, for anybody who did not know. But yeah. Or like, what the fuck would you think you were hearing if you heard basically any Pictomancer skill sound effect?
I forget what order. I mean, during the sound effect panel when they were showing the Foley, I forget. Did they show what the Foley work was? And they did it the other way around.
No.
It's they played the sound effect, and so you knew what the sound effect was from, and you had to guess what they were, like, what the Foley was from.
Interesting. I'll have to watch the full thing of that, because I think Foley work is really interesting.
Oh yeah, no, please watch the sound design panel.
I'll have to check that out.
If you just saw the summary.
No, I saw like the
really
clip
fun
comparing the sound
and
effects.
Obviously Soken's just so cute all the time. So
yes, of course. But no, I think Foley is really interesting, because that's the other thing too, is like the brain is so good at tricking you into thinking you're hearing something that you're not. My favorite podcast is Magnus Archives, and there's the first season heavily features worms for reasons that I won't get into, because A, content warning, B, spoilers for anybody who might want to check out an incredibly good horror podcast. But you know how they made those worm sound effects?
I would not know.
It's pasta.
Oh yeah.
It's
No,
just
that
them
makes
running their
sense.
hands through pasta and like slurping around with it.
Yep.
To make it sound like writhing worm things.
Well, it's pareidolia, really. Like it's the same. It's the same pattern recognition tendency that makes us see faces and things. That makes us think that cloud looks like a bird.
Yeah.
We're so like the reason why we're so successful as a species. Well, one of them is we have incredible pattern recognition.
Up until people don't, but
But pattern recognition. Well, I mean, I'm talking like in direct stimuli,
Yeah,
like
no, fair.
visual, auditory. We're extremely good at picking up and interpreting familiar cues.
Yeah.
Yeah. When it comes to like history or literature,
Or behavior,
yeah, we're a little bit less good at.
Yeah.
At I'm gonna die.
Have
yeah,
fun.
Great. Awesome. I thought I had decoded myself.
Oh, are you in the basement? Is that why I'm not seeing you on the map? Or there's also I went all the way up north to get something on the map and then forgot to get it. I'm dumb.
I'm off in the southwest.
Oh, now I see
on the floating island.
Yeah. But here's the thing. I think people are also forgetting the short is still in play because the first short Yoshi P wore leading up to Dawn Trail hinted at both jobs.
Yep.
And it's why I still think that the Guess Who's Back line is hinting at a boomerang weapon. And originally, I thought we were going to get a boomerang job based off of Yuffie from Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah.
Because of all the 7 stuff. But I don't think that anymore. Based off of all the 13 shit we're seeing, I think it's going to be based off of Hope.
Could be Hope. Yeah.
And if you listen to the sound effects based off of that, it does sound like maybe a giant boomerang or something. Or like some kind of skill windup. Because to me, it sounds metallic and it sounds like some kind of heavy weapon. But yeah, I think we're getting some kind of Hope-related job. Because every time they say that we're getting a job that is original to Final Fantasy XIV, it is never actually something we've never seen before. It is usually based off of a Final Fantasy character from a different game. The exception being that obviously Bastion is based off of Ridditon, assuming that it's not actually based off of Barrett.
They'd have to be really, really weird to make it based off of Barrett.
True, but yeah, if it had been a single, like, because I thought, okay, if it's going to be a gun,
he's kind of a tank in remake, so like they could. But
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is maybe like something based off of remake or something, which I haven't played, and I've been avoiding spoilers until I can stream it. Which is still going to be a while, guys, because in terms of my journey through the sequels, I have only played through 4 After Years, and I still need to figure out how I'm going to play Dirge of Cerberus and Crisis Core, because I'd really like to play those. And in general, I'd like to be able to play them before I play Remake, because I've heard that Remake references a lot of the side stuff. And that characters from even like the mobile game or whatever show up. So yeah.
Yes, there have been appearances of characters from mobile games that no longer exist, which is it's
wild.
Extremely funny.
They need to give
extremely funny.
They need to give those games the Brave Exvius treatment, where they just make a new single player game, which I hope what they're doing with that, and I think that's the right direction to go, is to make a new like single player game that is just like them preserving the thing. I hope that means that if they ever have to take the 11 and 14 servers down, that they're gonna make like some kind of single player thing. Even if 14, like with both of those, they could probably be like, okay, here's the first game, and it's the original like base expansion of these games, and then here's 11.2 and 14.2, and it's the expansions and so on and so forth. Final Fantasy 14.2 Heaven's word.
I mean, honestly, one of the only things they would have to do, like major things they would have to do, is work out something like duty support for alliance raids.
Mm-hmm.
With that done, I mean, yeah, you'd have to add duty support to try
or rebalance them so that you can do them either as a solo dungeon.
Yeah, you could just totally rework them as, you know, there's a lot of higher effort stuff that you could do to totally rework stuff for a single player version.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as like simplest way to make Final Fantasy 14 work as a offline single player game,
mm-hmm.
Once you have duty support on everything,
yeah,
then you're basically done. Adding duty support to trials, it's not no work, but like
they're already doing it. I'm willing to
duty
bet
support to alliance raids would be weird.
I wouldn't. What I would do with the alliance raids is treat them kind of like the dungeons from 12, where you tweak them so that you like the boss fights are still things, but you scale them to like be able to do with whatever 4 party members that you're with as like your party of NPCs, or make it a solo thing, whichever. But then replace the like mob rooms with just like roaming enemies, a la the dungeons from 12.
I think the Chinese mobile client made everything 4-man.
The mobile client is also dying, so
yeah, totally dead. But
anyway, Mama! On this occasion, I scarcely need to examine the confluence. It is all too clear the vicinity is being subsumed by the void. In ancient Mach, mages would infuse their ceremonial chambers with astral aspected ether to facilitate their summoning arts. But that's not to imply the city was overrun with summoned voidsen. If this settlement lies in such a state, it can only mean one thing. Well, I'm now seen enough to support my hypothesis, and I imagine Kettenram will wish to hear of it too. Let us return to the camp post haste. But yeah.
Man, I was just autopiloting and using stuff that I've gotten from some chests.
Mm-hmm.
And I realized, oh, that's a barding I've never seen before. I hope that's not valuable. It was only like 90,000 or something.
Oh, is it the new barding?
But yeah, I don't know. It's oh dang! I got Blue Mage. Hell yeah!
Hey, congrats!
So I'd already used that by the time I had thought. I'm very glad I was in the middle of using the new hairstyle.
Oh.
And got to like press W to interrupt using it, because it does take a while to claim.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like Orchestrion roll. So I interrupted that so I don't lose out on 3 million gil.
If it were me, I'd be like, this is hair I want, so I'm gonna use it. So that I don't have to spend 3 million
it's hair
gil.
that I don't want.
Fair.
And it's not gonna be 3 million next week.
True. But I also, this is an alt who already has tens of millions of gil. What do I need 3 million gil for?
Well, I mean, counterpoint, this is a main that has hundreds of millions of gil, and that's why it has that.
Most of my gil comes from me making the stuff in the crafting log and then selling it.
Oh, I made so much money selling people stuff for the new relic step. Oh my god, it was like printing money.
It's funny because at least on Gilgamesh it wasn't that expensive.
You could print money by buying the vendor thing for $500,000 and selling it for $750,000.
Why?
Because
it takes more effort to buy it on the market board than it does to.
No, it takes less effort because if you're buying it, you're already at the market board buying the crafted things too.
I guess, but like, or you can just go teleport. People are dumb.
Yup.
That's so dumb.
But exactly.
It is not. It does not take 500K of effort to go from the vendor to the market board, or vice versa. Why did I run in this direction?
I was only making like 100,000, 200,000 profit. I wasn't doubling it. They wouldn't sell for that. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people will just, the market will bear a couple 100,000 gil as a convenience fee for not having to think about where to get this thing literally at all.
I guess, but I didn't have to think about it at all. I knew exactly who was selling it. The only thing I had to think about is, okay, are they left or right from the Tuliololiterite?
But I'll tell you, the thing is,
the answer is right.
You knew that because you bought the other pieces from the actual vendor and only spent market value. But I'll tell you, the people who are spending money on it this step didn't buy it on either of the other two steps either from the vendor. They just, some people, when you have money, you just go to the market board and you buy the thing. You don't shop cross-world. You just buy this emote.
I do if it's something that's really expensive. Anyway, let's put a pin in this. I need to run to the bathroom real quick and then I need to do this quest.
I need water.
And then we'll have lots of opportunity to yap while I wait for the CE I need to actually pop. So yeah, I'll be right back. It would help if I actually turned the stream back to the right screen before interacting with NPCs, huh? Anyway, I am back. Let's talk to these guys and do thing. The archive seal continues to crumble. You know, I watched the archive head back to camp from up here. He was threading his way through packs of fiends with surprising grace. Maybe he's secretly a ninja. Phew, that was quite the journey. I'm not sure I'd have made it without you. I'm sure you would have. You're a townberry. You just have to step. Now, all the ruins we saw exhibited ethereal abnormalities. The Nimian remains now float skyward due to excess wind energies, and the scalic structure has been inundated with water, while the Amdapori and Maki remnants are beset by earth and astral aspected imbalances, respectively. I also sense that the area surrounding the camp has been parched dry by an excess of fire aspected ether. In short, the ethereal balance of the North Horn has completely collapsed. I believe the architect used the region to model the impact of such drastic ethereal changes. The ruins here met a similar fate to their Eorzean counterparts. Except for this mysterious fifth civilization that you didn't recognize from Southhorn, which I'm assuming is what these are ruins of. To what end the architect continued this experiment, I do not know. But these conditions stem from excessive use of ether in accordance with each civilization's unique history. Perhaps disrupting the flow of ether to the Tower of Magic was part of his plan then. Not that I have the foggiest idea why he'd want to. Nor have I. To jeopardize the precious remnants of the Fifth Astral Era in this way contradicts the Isle's very purpose. Regardless of if your theory is correct, I'm afraid we'll have a difficult time tracking down the tower via ethereal flows. Though the fact that Pavilion exists at all ought to provide some encouragement. Are you suggesting there might be an ethereal node and means of activating it after all? Heh, I love a good mystery as much as the next fellow, but we're practically drowning in the bleeding things. But mysteries are fun. Any road, before we get to solving them, I reckon we ought to take stock of what we've gleaned so far. Hey, I'm level 20! What in the world happened to this isle during my centuries-spanning slumber? A lot. Can you be more specific? I have nothing to add. Ketenram is pondering another problem. Another problem? I ordered the crew to continue investigating ethereal contents in the area. While they're roaming around, I thought we might consider the mystery from a fresh angle. As we've established that the Occult Crescent is a museum of sorts for the Fifth Astral Era, right? But here on the North Horn, these relics and ruins were deliberately meddled with, seemingly in the name of replicating later calamities. Why so? Fortunately for us, there's someone right here who ought to know. Iris, why don't you tell us a little about your master? As previously stated, I'm here to observe. Nothing more. Heh. How about revisiting a conversation we've already had, then? You wouldn't begrudge me that, would you? When we first met, I asked the archive whether he'd summoned you. Do you remember that? You were adamant the wizened little wretch hadn't. Were you speaking truthfully? Indeed, that much was true. I feel like there's maybe a loophole to that. That much. In that case, it's fair to assume Iris's master is the ultimate source of wisdom on the Isle, the architect. Now, my understanding is that a summoner and their familiar are usually bound by an ethereal flow. Do you reckon we can leverage that to reach the tower somehow? We ought to examine Iris more closely.
Stand still, the little bug. To conduct a thorough examination, I'm afraid we would need to reduce Iris to pure ether. She might be a bothersome little scapegrace, but I wouldn't wish that upon her. Or scapegrace. That's a word I've never heard before. I suggest we find and examine another of the architect's familiars, preferably one we've had no qualms with vanquishing. Sure. We came across a fair few familiars while roaming down south, none of them particularly pleasant, mind. I'm sure the North Horn has its own fair share of summoned creatures. Inspecting the ether of any one of them could further our investigation. I might add that the denser their ether, the more information we stand to glean. Of course, such familiars tend to be rather more formidable. Come to think of it, when I passed through the forest during our previous excursion, I spotted a large white or winged creature with a crest of green feathers. Perhaps you should seek them out. Sure. I'm guessing he means the wooded area north of the lake. Either way, sounds like a job for our resident fiend feller. Make sure you hack off a chunk of them for us to examine, you hear? It's what I do. Okay, we are officially at the point in the story that I left off on my main. Everything else is new material for me. Now. Oh, I was trying to figure out where on the map you were in it, and then I realized, oh, you're right here. Alright, now we derp around until the CE I need it happens. But yeah, no, going back to what we were talking about before, though, because I started my relic on patch day, but it was like late at night, so maybe the prices had already gone down a lot. But they weren't that expensive.
I'm back. I got
Oh,
thirsty.
you were gone. Okay. Did you hear a word I said?
No.
Okay, I was starting back with the conversation we had left off on. Because like I started my relic on my main on patch day. I wasn't able to stream that day because I felt like I was coming down with a cold. I spent most of the day in bed. I started late at night. So maybe prices had gone down, but like one of the items was like maybe 60k, and the other two were a little over 100.
Oh, I mean, I got started early and I was moving them for like 150 to 200k. There was for a little while there was good money, but
yeah. Oh no, trust me,
come down to like 60 to 70.
And like you can still make good money with stuff like that if you're like mass crafting it.
Sure.
Back in A Realm Reborn, for anybody who doesn't know what the glamour system was back before they changed things, it used to be that different items that you wanted to glamour required different types of prisms. That's why you have the NPC in Mordona that you can exchange. Yeah, you can exchange stuff. Because it used to be you had 4 or 5 grades, I can't remember how many right now, of glamour prism per crafter other than culinarian, because it was based off of like the same idea of like what jobs could repair which items, or like if it was something that could be crafted, which job would be able to craft it. And when the succubus horns got added to the gold saucer, I made so much gil off, like I wasn't able to actually do any new content because I'd sell glamour prisms one at a time, and people kept buying out what I'd put up of the grade 1 alchemy glamour prisms. So I was selling them for like 15k a pop, and I made like $1 million that day.
Yeah, what I've done every step every relic stuff so far that's had like a half mil item that you need to buy. I buy it first, then I just put that on market board at like whatever the lazy surcharge is, and like just let it sit there while I'm doing any gathering and crafting I need to do. I'm not like buying a bunch of overstock and then potentially losing money on it. I'm just, no risk to letting my inventory sit in the store window and then using it when I actually need it. It took me like, I think the first 3 or 5 that I sold were basically as fast as I could start looking at recipes. Like I would put one on market board for 600 or 700,000, and inside a minute it sold.
Yeah.
Like people were just snapping them up. So that's like I'm sitting there like I'm not getting any of my crafting done because I'm just making back literally all the money that I'm spending.
See, I don't put a whole lot of effort into making gil because I'm sitting on like 80 mil on my main. 40 of it is set aside for me to try and get a mansion. But the other 40 mil, the only reason why it's even at 40 right now is because I bought some crafting mats to make glamour stuff. To finish getting the jeans and the sweatshirts that I wanted, and those were 200k each. And at this point I'm lazy, so I buy my crafting and gathering gear, and then I just sort of passively meld it as I get stuff. But yeah. Leveling gear sells really good. High quality leveling gear you can sell for like 50 to 100k depending on the item. That's why I have so much gil on this character, is because I do my crafting log.
The crafted relic mats are down to like 25k each now.
Actually, let's go do this fate. Might as well do fates and CEs until or do you want to help me prep the fate I need, or the CE I need, if there aren't already people prepping it? Smile.
Yeah, I saw that was that market was crashing and stopped making more, moved out of everything. By the time stuff was below 100,000. But
also, the other trick is if you know housing is getting an update, that's when you start crafting housing items.
You know what the crazy thing is though? Because housing items, yes, absolutely. You're totally right. And even when there isn't a housing update coming, just housing items, if you're not in a hurry, just like you make your housing items, and yeah, like I did this too when I was clearing out crafting logs, you just pop it up on market board, and it might take a while, but like if you're not crunched on retainers, the next time someone wants to decorate a room, like, yeah, they're gonna buy 5 bookshelves.
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
also, like, because, like, it does involve a little bit of grinding to get, manor furnishings still sell for a lot.
Oh, yeah, manor varnishes is kind of a problem.
It's so easy to get, though. You go into
I don't know if you're
Manor
trying to get
solo.
anything, but I'm not going anywhere in particular. I'm just stimming.
Okay.
So
I was just grabbing. No. Oh, good. Let's go to that. Well, you never answered if you were willing to help me prep the fate or the CE for my quest. I don't know when it's supposed to spawn next.
I stepped out to turn over some food.
It's either that or we wait for somebody else to prep it while we do fates.
So if we want to do that, then we should re-instance.
Okay.
We're at 75 minutes left in this instance. It's gonna lock at some point while we're prepping. So by the time, so last night, I prepped this fate, the CE, for 50 minutes. By the time we were done, the instance was locked and there was only 10 people left.
Okay. Then yeah, let's
so
re-instance.
if that's a step that you're on, we'll just re-instance and
Okay.
then it should be easier to find people to do it too.
Yeah. I just figure I'm here to do story, and I need to get back to Baldur's Gate on Sunday. So I want to try to finish the story. Hopefully,
It's so
today or
funny.
tomorrow.
We didn't even get to the same Phantom Village instance like seconds apart. That's so funny.
Interesting. You would think with us being in the same party, we would have ended up in the same instance.
I wound up in instance 2.
I was in instance 3.
Yeah. So it just is what it is. It's just not something to care about. Okay. Oh well, let's just hit that.
That fate right there, yeah.
Here.
Because the reason I'm streaming 14 right now and why I'm doing content I haven't completely finished on my main is because of the mount. And it's the end of the month, and I usually have a 100 sub goal for every month, and if we get it, then I do a special stream doing whatever game people voted for in the Discord. And I thought, oh, well, maybe I can actually make goal this month if people gift subs to get them out. We'll see what happens, but I was like, you know, I can stream 14 for the rest of the month and then go back to my donathon on... I mean, technically the donathon is still happening, I'd just be honoring it on Sunday. But yeah, I need to get back to Baldur's Gate.
I never got around to Baldur's Gate 3, which I should, but the problem is that, like, I am also mentally ill, so, like, I would need to replay Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 first. Because it's been probably, like, 20 years since I
Core, good news, we don't have to prep. We just have to skedaddle.
Fucking I'm so mad. I'm so mad.
Because I am incredibly lucky,
so
and you
mad.
had to work for 50 minutes to get it to happen.
We can take this fate on the way. We can get this fate on the way.
Okay.
It's gonna go down fast.
To be fair, if it's a fresher instance, people were probably working on prepping it as soon as they got in.
This is the second time I have ever seen the scene. Before I prepped it last night, I didn't even know what it was. And I've been in.
Oh, I almost forgot. What is
I've been
this
in
button
one or
do?
two instances. I haven't done Tiny Dancer yet. It's enough to get the resonance move or whatever.
My toxic trait is once I start leveling a job, I have to get it all the way up. So I've done Bard. That was the first thing I leveled up. I just finished Knight.
Yeah, that's me as well. I mean, once I focus jobs, because you are aware, of course, of the master dogs.
Of what?
Oh, do you see that you have a buff? It's over by your food buffs that tells you how many jobs you've mastered.
Oh, oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
That's giving you. Oh god, this sucks. We gotta go. Not enough people did it.
Let me get on my map. Let me get on my map.
Oh no, no. This is awful. 5 seconds. We're fine.
I don't have the mount
Oh,
speed
okay.
yet.
Okay, and we still got it. We still got the fate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
You're fine. You're fine. 10 seconds. You're
I
fine.
made it. Oh my god.
We would, if we had stuck around. Well, actually, if we had stuck around until the end of the fate, no, we would have fucked.
I would have gotten there right as the wall went up.
But
I don't have the mount speed yet, so yeah, I think between stuff spawning, I really need to grind for silver so that I can buy the mount speed.
Yeah, earning the mount speed was my #1 priority. It was the first thing that I did in the entire zone. I didn't even really pay attention to the quests until I had mount speed. But yeah, I definitely always focus one Phantom Job at a time. The only exception was the ones that give you the knowledge crystal resonance thing.
Ow.
Because I wanted to be able to do all of this.
No, I had to get Knight to level 6 before I started on Dancer, and I have to get Dancer to level 6 before I start on... It's Ninja that gives the last one, right? Or is it Monk?
Ninja just got added. Ninja is
I know,
new this
but
pack.
there's a Fleetfoot something or another skill. Is that from Monk? What's that from?
It's Monk, Bard, Knight, Dancer.
Okay. Okay, so I need to do Monk. Do I have Monk? Oh, I do. Okay, cool.
I think Monk is a starting.
It is.
Either that or it is a...
So the only one that gives a thing that you actually have to buy is Dancer. Okay.
Correct.
Gotcha.
And
I'm
that
learning
was, Dancer,
things.
I think, was added in a patch. Like, that wasn't even viable off the bat. So they added the damage buff.
Also, us going in here without a healer was most certainly a choice.
It's fine. Just don't take damage.
Can't take damage if you're already dead.
So I'll tell you, what I usually do is I just kidnap people.
I
Like,
know, but
when
I'm streaming and people send.
Well, yeah, but they're on your screen anyways.
Yeah, but why do you think I hide names?
There are literally dozens of people who are being perceived right now.
Are they though, with all the game's effects and stuff?
But yeah, when I'm doing a build up, I turn off my usual setting that puts a job icon next to the nameplate. Because then you see the little like in duty icon, like the little YouTube play button. You see that next to players who aren't in a party.
Gotcha.
So you don't have to like look at chat or anything. You can just see right away, you know, who in this CE, who in this fate is not partied up. And then I just invite them. They can decline if they want. Like, you know, no skin off my ass is definitely what the saying is.
Yeah, but, that is 100% the saying.
People appreciate being kidnapped to a CE party. What I've found is that there are, for me, with my personality, a startling number of people who just like don't. They want to socially engage in the MMO, but they won't like do anything to make that happen. And then they're really lonely in the MMO because like nobody talks in dungeons, but also they don't talk in dungeons. You know, they're never partied up.
Ow.
They're always they're never partied up. Like they can never keep a party in a field up. But also like they never invite anyone. They never say LFG. And I think that's a shame. That's so I kidnap people, and then usually like my experience is that party stays together for like an hour and a half. And everyone has a good time. But also, you know, you never wind up just in the pile of bodies here. That's still a dub. That counts.
Yeah.
Oh, do you have
Those
your...
count.
Oh, you don't have Relic Step active on...
Not on this character. You think I'm dumb enough to do this on 2 characters?
Listen!
Look, I know
it's
I'm a
not that
masochist,
bad.
but I'm not that bad.
It's just... This is the most play the game that Relics have ever been.
I know, but I'm also... Streaming this game when it's also the game I play it to like chill already got me really burnt out. I do the bare minimum on this character to showcase the story. Honestly,
listen, Relics are stories too.
I know, I'm aware of that, but like I have never felt so free as going into Eureka and being like, oh, I don't have to grind a relic in here. Amazing. This is actually a lot more fun when you don't have to do poggos for relics and just have to do it for story.
Yep. Oh man, it was...
It's why I was only level 9 when I came in here last night.
There was a great conversation that was going on a stream while I was prepping this fate for literally forever yesterday. Where, you know, with streamers, everyone's got their own brand of mentally ill about video games. It just comes to the territory.
Yes.
With streamers' particular brand of mentally ill, there's a variety of issues that makes him not do extremes on stream. And some of them are, you know, deeply rooted social anxieties. That
There's a reason I don't do extremes unless it's with friends.
Well, it's like he doesn't want to do extremes on stream with his friends he streams Final Fantasy XIV with, because he's afraid that he will ruin the vibes of them streaming together forever, and the weekly collab will fall apart because because he got mad that he died during an extreme. Like it's just like, okay, you know what? Like, these are weird social anxiety issues that, like, you know, that you work on with your friends.
Yeah.
Fortunately, one of those friends was in the stream chat, so like I'm sure they'll have a productive adult conversation about it. The other thing though is he was like, well, you know, but the trouble with like doing the EX on stream is then you have to do it like dozens and dozens and dozens of times on stream. And people are like, no, you can just clear it on stream. And it's like, well, but then what's the point? It's like, if you don't get them out, then like, what's the point? You just wasted your time. And it's like, you know that you can just like clear the EX to have the experience of having done that, right? Like, you can just do it once.
Yeah. Or you do what I do, where you're like, well, I can't give people first-time experiences. Like, my first-time experiences, usually. This is a huge exception tonight. But usually, because I play the game on my main first, and there will be a 2-week break when Evercold comes out, so that I can, so that I can enjoy playing Evercold on my main. B, even if I was streaming...
There's pots in the north if you want some silver and gold, maybe.
I'm focusing on the story for now.
Okay.
I'll farm that shit later. But I will be taking a couple weeks off stream. to enjoy Evercold, because A, your girl wants a vacation. B, even, granted, I'm like, I have to constantly remind myself, hey, I'm allowed to stream other games if I can't stream Final Fantasy XIV. Did you guys know I stream other games? I'm not a 14 exclusive streamer. It's just I try to focus down one game at a time, and 14 took me 3 years. But like, if 14 was the game I was streaming when Evercold came out, I still would not be streaming Evercold when it came out, because I don't want to have to deal with the hassle of login queues during a new expansion to try and start stream on time. I'm fine with start getting in queue whenever I need to get on my main for a nice relaxing evening of me time. But I like to run my streams on a specific schedule, and I don't want to have to spend all that time that I could spend on my main trying to log into an alt for streams. So yeah, but I do everything minimum item level, and that's why with raids and stuff, I let the community choose what we're gonna do, and we do them min item level, no echo. And hopefully people realize that part of the gimmick of that is a non-raider doing mine raids. I haven't cleared those fights on my main. Not on Savage, not on Extreme. At least not synced. Anyway, let me do this quest real quick.
Yeah.
Pay me no heed. Held the fiend, did ya? Best show the archive whatever grisly trophy you lopped off for the poor bugger. Or lopped. Was that 4? Did I read that right? Oh, lopped off the poor bugger. I was like, that doesn't seem right. Don't forget to bring back a sample as Kettenram requested, as we shall need some physical remnant to examine the creature's ether, you see. Does this count? Abductor's horn. Severed from the head of the abductor, this horn is rich in the ether that once connected the creature to the Isle's archetype. Hey, don't we still have the summoning contract from the guy we killed in Southhorn? Oh, what a handsome horn. Now, let us see what its etheric signature reveals. This trophy is wreathed in startlingly dense ether. The beast must have ranked highly among the architect's familiars. What was it doing when you found it? Chilling? I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention. I was too focused on getting there on time. The clearing was strewn with cages. I'd wager they were kidnapping people and imprisoning them in the forest. What people besides our people? That might explain why we never came across any survivors from those wrecks. Oh, those people. I kind of assumed they died before they made it here. One thing is clear, though. The ether emanating from the horn bears a different signature from that of Iris. I can't say for certain, but whoever called forth that creature didn't summon her. Are you suggesting there's someone on the island besides the architect? Or maybe we're dealing with multiple masters. What do you think? I think you used some very clever wording to try to avoid answering that the archive is the person who summoned you, and he is your summoner, or technically scholar. But that's what I'm going for now. Perhaps stewardship of the Isle changed hands? It has been 1,500 years. Huh. You already know this isle is home to knowledge most dangerous. I sense that you may be capable of taking that knowledge beyond these shores. Thus I ask you, what do you really or truly seek from your encounter with the architect? Adventure? I wish to see the Isle function as a museum once more. If you would use this knowledge indiscriminately, I intend to vanquish him.
Just as I expected. That makes sense for a character whose tank is Dark Knight, right? Just as I expected. I have learned much about you during my quiet vigil. In that case, forgive me. I have chosen to help the adventurer, regardless of my orders. What are you talking about? Why apologize to me? That head of yours really is devoid of all knowledge. Before you assumed your current guise, it was you who summoned me. I knew it! I knew it! I fucking called it! And I bet he's the architect. I called that ages ago. I'm just as perplexed as the rest of you. Hopefully, Iris deigns to shed more light on the matter. It didn't make sense that he'd be at Tonberry if this place was built and locked away before Amdapor fell. Or, I'm sorry, Nim. Whatever. All three city-states. Because, like... the reason the Lalafell, and not even the Lalafell, there's something I think may have been actually Rugadin originally. That's my theory about the giant Tonberries. But anyway, point being, the whole backstory to Tonberries is that it was a weapon from Mach that got, like, Trojan horsed into Nim through a pot that then spread the disease to everybody. So how the fuck is this guy a Tonberry? Does this mean the Archive was the architect all along? If that's the case, who's in the Bleeding Tower? I guess we'll find out! I didn't do a Tower of Blood, so I also didn't realize that there was like a keeper in the first one. It seems Iris has more to reveal. Understand that I do not disobey my orders slightly. I wish to speak further, away from the clamor of this camp. Pray meet me by the fountain in your Phantom Village. Oh, we have to re-instance. Okay. Or at least I do. I knew it! I called it! I knew it! I knew it! I called it! I called it! I called it! I mean, it was a kind of obvious thing. Hey, here's this amnesiac and this fairy shows... yeah, this scholar fairy shows up. I wonder who she could belong to. Let's see what the fairy has to say. What an arduous journey that was. I hope my aching back doesn't plague me during the discussions ahead. Thank you for coming. You might be intrigued to hear that this place was modeled on a court town in my master's native Nim. Perhaps that is why I feel so at peace here. I hate to make further demands, but might we at least enjoy the scenery while we talk? I have no end of questions, but for now I shall listen. My master was a revered Nimian scholar. Such was the depth and breadth of his learning, that to those around him he was simply known as the Archive. Fearing that the War of the Magi would bring the world to ruin, he crossed the seas to the occult crescent, intending to preserve even some small part of civilization from all-consuming destruction. The Archive summoned me to keep a record of his project. My orders were simple: observe developments as they unfolded. And thus I watched as you set about preserving all that you could, your respect and affection for mankind's endeavors never wavering. And that's why he erased his memory, so that he could protect the knowledge he was trying to protect. The knowledge can't be a threat if you don't remember it. So he, or I, as it were, summoned her to document my endeavors. Oh, my poor noggin. When we first met Iris and I asked her why she was summoned, she said she didn't know. Maybe she felt revealing the truth at that point would have jeopardized her role as silent observer. As work progressed, my master resolved to construct the fort's towers and thereby protect the isle. Initially, he himself oversaw their maintenance. I can still picture him now, ensconced in all that worldly knowledge, eyes glinting with satisfaction. Yet there was something else in that gaze, the faintest hint of loneliness. One day I asked him whether he had ever used the dangerous knowledge block within the towers. Ah, there goes the seal again. I can remember my response clearly. I have, to near terrible ends. Some knowledge is better left unproven. And you remained true to that belief, never again wielding the dread techniques you chose to preserve. Eventually, you decided to give your wisdom physical form, an entity that might maintain the fort's powers long after your eventual death. Little did you know that that decision would manifest, or what that decision would manifest. You know, for somebody who wanted to tour around here taking in the sights, you're sure picking some weird locations. Never before have I been fearful of what I might learn. Still, I must face the truth. This is where we first found the archive. Perhaps Iris will tell us how he ended up in that sarcophagus of his. What did you do? As you began to transfer your knowledge to the summoned form, you were seized by a flicker of doubt. Preserving such precious scholarship without utilizing it, even once, would that not be an utter waste? Or so you pondered for a brief moment. The merest flicker was all it took for that sentiment to bleed into the incarnation. By the time you realized, it was already too late. Gushing font of knowledge, flow forth and take form. But wait. Were I to partake of this font, just the once. No! Uh-oh! I am the Index, knower of all things. That is the most, like, early Final Fantasy V-ass looking... Is this from Final Fantasy V? I don't remember, and it could also be something, like an optional thing that I missed. Yeah. Read that. With the world's wisdom at my disposal, my power is unbounded. Curses. My momentary lapse tainted the incarnation, or incantation. I must begin the ritual anew. Oh, that's how he became a Tomberry. I see. Good grief, what is this here hideous form? I ought to know. I have placed a seal upon your knowledge, lest you attempt some foolish intervention. Must not give in. Ah! Ye deserved. Heed my call. Let not this knowledge be used for ill. Though my instructions were clear, I could not bear to watch while your life hung in the balance. And so I rushed to your aid, though in the end, there was little I could do. The memories are flooding back. Filled with despair, barely clinging to life, I somehow made it here, to the sarcophagus. My notion that I fled from overseas to quarantine must have stemmed from confusion, magically induced or otherwise. All this time, shielded by blissful ignorance, it is sobering to learn what I have wrought. We near the end of my tale, but I have few memories left. I have but few memories left. To be fair, you coming here to quarantine didn't make sense in terms of the game's timeline. Okay. Here we go. Well, we finally know who's waiting at the top of the Tower of Magic. My wretched shade calls himself the Index. He's nothing more than my conceit given tangible form. As my master lay stricken and slumbering, the Index seized control of the Forked Powers. With none to oppose him, he began to explore what futures might await the civilizations of the Fifth Astral Era. You've all seen the results of that experiment. Wind roared, water surged, pestilence spread, and voids had claimed the land. In time, the South Horn will suffer the same fate. Plants will perish, all birdsong will cease. He would usher in everlasting decay. I can't accept that future. This island was supposed to be a monument to mankind's thirst for knowledge, not some grim reminder of their folly. Which is why I need your help. Say no more. Thank you. I'm glad it was you who heeded my master's call. Ah, of course. That voice you heard during your voyage must have been an echo of my desperate plea. An echo? Like, the echo? That thing that they've horrifically underutilized lately? Iris, for the last 1,500 years, you've upheld your lonely vigil. Forgive me. Would that I had known I'd be condemning you to such a fate. At last, my watch wasn't in vain. Or at least my watch wasn't in vain. We're counting on you, Iris and I. You must find a way to the Tower of Magic and lay low the Index once and for all. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome! You're gonna compensate me, right? Thank you for listening to my tale. 'Tis like radiant sunlight has pierced through the mist. My noggin is fogged no more. Congratulations! Pentaram is eager to return to the field. Me too! Haven't heard Iris's tale. It's doubly clear we need to find a way into the Tower of Magic. Let's head back to the northern base camp. With any luck, the crew will have something to share about their ethereal investigations. Being right feels really good, by the way.
the only thing I was wrong about was I thought he had erased his own memories to protect the knowledge that he held. Anyway. Oh, we're not in a party anymore. Hey, Core.
Yeah, I went off to buy something in Southport.
How could you?
I know, right? But I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah, so go look up Omniscient from Final Fantasy V.
I know Enua was like a hidden boss with I like how the first result when I look it up is a Reddit post from like 2024. Why does Omniscient keep using return? Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So this was
two
a
separate
gimme.
versions. Only the first of which appears in Advance and Pixel Remaster Bestiaries. Fork Tower is... Oh, Fork Tower... Man, I need to replay 5.
It's a good game.
I know.
Some
Also,
would say the best Final Fantasy.
Those would be incorrect. Final Fantasy IX is the best Final Fantasy.
That is also a popular opinion.
I was gonna say a correct opinion, but yes. But no, because I also did a dumb thing when I played 5, and I need to redeem myself, because I didn't understand how Freelancer worked. So I was only leveling up the classes on each character that I felt made sense lore-wise. Which put me in an awkward position when I went to go fight X-Death and realized, oh, I'm actually not in a good place to fight him, but oh well, I guess I'll do my best. Yeah.
Yeah, it's... So, something with, really... Final Fantasy V and Tactics, really, because there was a lot of crossover in the design there. In both cases, they didn't really realize that people would go just hard on it. If you do everything, Freelancer is just insane.
Yeah.
It's
you
what
grind yourself.
You grind yourself into easy mode, and I would say that I don't think it's what you should have done. I think that that you did good. If you have everyone on like ultra powerful freelancers, the game balances out the window. You're just extremely powerful. What I was going to recommend if you wanted to replay 5 ever on stream or off is 4-Job Fiesta.
Is that where I only do 4 jobs for the entire thing and I don't level anything else up?
Yes, and you don't choose those 4 jobs.
Oh!
4-Job Fiesta is a organized event, but they leave the website up year round. You can just do a run whenever you want. It's an organized charity event where the deal is basically every time you get to a new crystal and unlock a new set of jobs, the bot rolls one of them at random that you're allowed to use.
Interesting.
You have to stop using Freelancer as soon as you get a job assigned. Everyone uses your wind crystal job. Once you get more jobs, the rule is you have to have at least one person be every job you have unlocked at all times.
Okay.
You can rotate them around so everyone can master all 4 and have, all the cross-class abilities. But, if you get, I don't know, Black Mage, Geomancer, Ranger, Bard, or something, then that's what you have to have all the time. So what people like about it is that there is so much, and when I'm saying many people would say it's the best Final Fantasy, this is not from a story perspective.
Yeah, the story is kind of okay.
The story is fine, you know. If
the
it
job
wasn't
does have the
for,
the game. It does have the best job system.
Exactly, the systems are so good, which makes it so replayable. If it wasn't for 4, it might be the best Final Fantasy story at that time, but 4 already happened.
4 is so good, yeah.
So, you know, so it just winds up being a fine and serviceable story.
4 was my 3rd favorite Final Fantasy game until Final Fantasy 16 came out. And now, technically it's the 3rd, but that's because 16 and 12 are kind of tied with each other. Because, like, with both 16 and 12, I really, really like them. But they also both have things that hold them back from solidifying their place at 2. With 12, I need to replay it. I need to replay it anyway and record myself replaying it because I need the footage for multiple video essays I want to do. So I might as well play it once, record it, and then have that footage forever.
Did you play the original or the Zodiac Age?
Both. Remember, I got 12 for my. I still have my PS2,
right,
and I still have 12 for my PS2.
That was maybe your first.
Yes.
But then you played Zodiac Age for stream.
Yeah, exactly. But like, my thing is, I'm still kind of fuzzy about Vinaz's motivations in that game. Like, I get it, but also I need to like rewatch to like clear some of the mud with that. With 16, and if you haven't played 16 and want to avoid spoilers, mute the stream real quick, guys. Have you played 16?
I have, yes.
Okay. So, my thing with 16 is it was 10 out of 10 right up until the ending.
Yeah.
When they kind of threw all of the thematic buildup out the window. What do you mean the guy who changed his organization's plans from we want to die on our terms to we want to live on our terms is heavily implied to die at the end?
I wish that there was a way to resolve that plot without it just turning into, oh, there is a god and the solution is we punch him to death.
I mean, it's Final Fantasy. You have you have it end the way it ended, but then you have Clive and Joshua leaning on each. Hey, okay. First of all, I think arguably it wasn't just Clive who was the main character. It was him and Joshua. The relationship between those two brothers was the real main character of that game. And so it should have been Joshua giving Clive his powers and then leaving Clive to fight Ultima on his. It was Ultima, right, in that game?
Yes.
Yes. It shouldn't have been him being left to fight.
A weird name, but it was Ultima.
Yeah, but like he shouldn't have been left to fight the main antagonist on his own. It should have been them combining their powers, fighting together to beat the bad guy, and then limping back together, leaning on each other. Jane crying and running to Clive. Maybe you get a little smooch. Or I'm sorry, not Jane. Jill crying and running to him and giving him a kiss. Maybe also have Dion have lived and just have implied to have died, and then he shows up too, so that they're not burying their gay. And then everybody lives happily ever after. The end. It's a Final Fantasy game. I am not a huge fan of the Final Fantasy games that kill off their main characters.
I think it's neat that gays can summon Bahamut. Like, that's just a thing that they can do in Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
Like, with an extremely high hit rate.
It's so funny because like I like, okay, the first scene where you see Dion and I forget his lover's name, but like I see them together and I'm like, oh, I know he's probably just being like a very like loyal knight, but like I so want to make a joke about, oh, is that your boyfriend? But I was afraid of it coming across problematic, and then they kissed. I was like, oh, like actually, okay, cool. But then they killed him, which is also kind of an issue. And I think he deserved to live. His lover deserved to keep his lover. Clive deserved to live. Joshua deserved to live. I'm in denial of the fact that both of them died. Obviously, one of them died to then leave or write the book at the end of the game. It's authored by Joshua. I've heard that there's a theory that it was actually Clive using his brother's name as a pen name. So porque no los dos. But yeah, so that's what I think should have happened with 16. And that's what's holding it back from solidifying its place as my number 2 favorite and like completely dethroning 12 is with both of them. I'm like, today I like 12 better. Today I like 16 better. Anyway, let's go back in.
Yeah, you gotta reinvite though.
Oh, right. You like completely abandoned me. That's right. I forgot about that.
Well, I literally couldn't go into Southhorn if I wasn't the leader of the party.
Well, also, I would have killed you if you tried to send us into Southhorn while I was in the middle of a cutscene. Alright, let's go. But yeah, like, I adore 12 for 90, or not 12. I mean, yes, 12 too, but I adore 16 for like 99% of the time. I just think, considering the fact that, did my game just freeze? Uh-oh.
Yay!
Oh, uh-oh, something just crashed.
Yay!
Uh-oh. Something just crashed. My screens are all black. I don't know if it's my graphics card or my processor or what, but
Well, if you can still hear me,
I
can hear you, but your mouse is still moving on stream, but your entire overlay is frozen.
Yeah, it's because I think something on my computer crashed. I may need to restart my entire computer. I'm wondering, my power went out last night for briefly, and I'm wondering if I need to like do some computer maintenance to make sure nothing got corrupted. Anyway. Ooh. I don't know what even froze. Yeah, my screens are black. I need to restart the game real quick. Or my computer.
Have fun.
Yeah, I'll be back in like a minute. RIP my stream. But yeah, BRB. Okay. Anyway. Hi guys, we're live again. Sorry about that. Something in my computer crashed. I really hope it's not my graphics card.
Are you live again?
I just hit start. So it might take a minute.
Okay. Yep.
You may also need to refresh depending. There we go.
I was refreshing and now we went. Okay.
Yeah. But anyway, hi guys. You started talking about VTubers while I was making sure my computer wasn't going to catch on fire.
Wow, who would talk about VTubers? That sounds really lame.
I know, that's crazy. But yeah,
I was actually just talking earlier today with someone else about how like the neat thing and like really the best thing about streaming is like how easy it is from a technical perspective and how nothing ever goes wrong. Like especially nothing ever goes wrong when you didn't even change your goddamn settings the last time you streamed.
You're so funny!
It works perfectly. And like especially audio, like audio is, it's just the easiest thing in the world to manage. So that's why,
you're full of jokes.
it's fucked up and evil.
I do my best with the audio, but like I'm self-taught in terms of audio balancing. I kind of just hope for the best. I watched it like, I forget how long the tutorial was from Bearded Ink. He has a really good tutorial for setting up audio in OBS in terms of filters and everything.
Oh, are you in?
Yeah.
Okay, you relogged
It
and
crashed
you were
while I
in.
was zoning in.
Okay.
So, yeah. But now I guess I have to hop out and grab you.
Yeah, because I left.
Yeah.
I did not think that it would that you had gotten
Yeah,
there.
I don't know if it's my graphics card or what, but something has caused my game to crash when I go into a like certain instances for like I think since Dawn Trail dropped. The big one that it affects is when I'm going into my barracks for some reason. It'll just like freeze and then never unfreeze.
Weird.
Yeah. So I don't know what the issue is. My graphics drivers are up to date. Right now I'm wondering if something got corrupted when things crashed last night. I should have done maintenance when I had my computer back on.
Yeah, there's some tool for force deinstalling drivers and reinstalling them. That wouldn't be a That's not a bad
I'm
idea.
wondering if it's just like I didn't even like what I should have done was my due diligence, hanging out with command prompt and just scanning stuff. But I am worried that my computer might be reaching the point because it's been like 5 years since I updated my computer. Maybe no, it's been like 5 years. I got my graphics card in 2021, which was an awful time to get a graphics card, by the way. I have the worst luck with when I need to update my computer. Because I don't want to have to buy a graphics card in this economy. But I've been having some weird crashes, and also I don't know if it's my router or my computer that's been causing internet connection issues. But yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna queue us back in. We good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Display driver uninstaller is the program that I've seen recommended for like a really, really deep clean, not letting it leave anything behind.
Maybe I'll look into that later. But I'll start with my usual.
I would not recommend doing it on stream.
Yeah, no shit. I just mean, do I want to do that on Saturday, or do I want to maybe like just see how things go
like
after yeah. I mean, yeah, but right now I'm streaming every day except Monday and Saturday for a donathon to raise money for for animated emotes, because I animate my own emotes, and I don't want to have to pay for another year of live 2D cubism. So I want to raise as much.
I'm sorry, there was. Dang it, he just left Instance. There's a guy named Free Shavakadu.
Amazing. Anyway, I am now quite it's story time. I am now quite certain that the index intentionally rendered the ethereal flows to the tower unusable. I'm afraid I know nothing of ethereal confluences. Just in time, the crew have turned up some startling details about the ethereal flows. We know the abnormalities are caused by the ambient ether being imbalanced, don't we? Well, it seems there's more at play. According to me crew, there are beasties on the North Horn that give off etheric energies powerful enough to mess with the confluences. We can't do a damn thing about the state of the island or land's ether, but we can see about felling a few of those fiends. That ought to restore the balance somewhat and give us access to the tower's ethereal node. I'll mark where the beasties were last seen prowling on your map. Reckon you could give them a good seeing too? Yeah, I could. Alright, and now I'm on the phase you just finished. I really wish this wasn't the furthest out I could zoom the map, because it's ginormous. I should probably say something in the Discord also about what happened.
The good news is that the Cs for this step I've seen spawn very often. So we shouldn't need to prep.
Excellent. Which means we can run around doing things that maybe give me silver so I can buy that speed increase.
Yeah.
And also I've heard you need to be level 40 to do Forge Tower, so
Yes. Yeah.
we gotta grind out levels anyway.
Yep. Oh, and so I do have the silvers on the map.
Yeah, I got the thing.
You saved them?
If you were looking
That
at
was-
my stream, you could see.
Well, the thing is,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't plan on anything to say after that. Yeah, so, and of course, obviously, those plenty of silvers and golds from there, so.
Oh boy, this mechanic again. Oh no!
Yeah, except more of them.
Ah! Honestly, I've always thought freelancer would be an interesting thing for them to give us as a limited job. Just have it be based off of what jobs you have leveled up in game.
Yeah. So it. Yes, but from the perspective of like what limited jobs do in the game, it wouldn't. You would have to make freelancer not be what freelancer is in terms of how it gets more powerful, or you haven't differentiated it from just leveling all the jobs, which already has its own reward.
Well, yes,
you know,
but
Blue Mage and Beastmaster makes you do leveling experience with that specific thing, and you know, makes you approach content in different ways.
oh
with
right,
it.
I still haven't watched the live letter yet. Whoops, I forgot that was a thing.
Oh, okay. You know what? You'll probably really like it. It bring your freaking notebook and scholar's cap, because this is a dense live letter.
Yeah, what happened was I was
pieced out of
originally
it, and I don't blame them.
Originally, I was gonna take advantage of the fact that I was doing a North America friendly or time zone friendly viewing of the keynote by watching it at 1 p.m. instead of 3 a.m. But, and I slightly regret that. I think from now on, if I do live reactions, I'm just gonna do like live reactions. There is something fun about everybody being up super late at night watching the thing together. But I was doing it at a normal person hour, and I was like, okay, cool. That means I can do the live letter and the keynote back to back. But then I had to start streaming an hour late, because your girl forgot to charge her headset. And it was at 10% battery. No, it was even turning on. It may have been completely, fucked. Either way, it was dead enough that I needed to give it like an hour to charge before I streamed. So then it was like 5 o'clock-ish, maybe 5:30 by the time we finished going through the keynote. And I had D&D at 8 o'clock. And I was like, I kind of want time to take a little nap beforehand or something. Maybe get some food. So I did not do the keynote on stream. And then I completely forgot to watch it off stream.
What killed a lot of people is doing the keynote live and then continuing to stay up.
Yeah.
And then doing the live letter live. And and the live letter is just so dense with information.
Yeah. I mean, that was the thing, is that my plan was to, like, do the key. When I was thinking about doing it live, I was thinking, okay, I'll do the keynote, and then I'll end stream, and then I'll like, stream again a couple of hours later. Hopefully I don't fall asleep. Oh, what am I at? 25. Okay, I was in the right place. Okay.
Wow, not many deaths. This is a good group. They are prime not. Well,
To be fair, it's not day one anymore. Do they? I thought Final Fantasy 14 players couldn't count past 4.
That's better than Valve, at least.
Oh, we get here.
So the thing that I don't know if I like about this one is that there are sometimes multiple correct answers.
Mm-hmm.
I guess there is with MathBot too, but almost.
Well, yeah, if your HP gets reduced to 1, you can either stay out of any of the circles, or you can go to like the 2 to make your HP 3.
Yeah, with divisible by 3, there's always 2 solutions. Still, this is like almost every time there's 2 solutions to this one.
I probably shouldn't get in that step, in the thing.
You're fine.
I have not even 10k HP right now. Okay, there we go.
That's fine.
I think
You're freaking TV.
after I buy... Actually, no, you know what I should do once we get out of here? At least until I can afford to buy White Mage. I should probably just switch over to... Time Mage is a healer, right? I can switch to Time Mage so that we have a healer. I'll do Dancer when we have somebody who can, clean up my mistakes. That isn't me.
That's good.
Oh, I don't want to be here. There we go. I was like, 24? Knowledge level 3? That's not where I want to be. Ow. Hello, Flora, my old friend. I've come to lay on you again. I can hear my party members weeping as the darkness in my vision is slowly creeping. Something. Ow. Someday I'll come up with like a whole thing for that song.
Oh, you're getting some quick reses.
Yaha.
There's a...
Thank you, healers.
We got a Phantom Chemist out here.
I was thinking about doing Chemist next, but then it occurred to me, oh right, that requires like a resource to use, doesn't it?
Yes, but you can just level it and like it does nothing. Except the res is free.
Right, but I wouldn't be able to heal, which is the thing I
100%
want to use.
Yeah.
Oh, right. I did it correctly, completely on purpose, definitely not by accident.
100%.
As I scrambled to figure out what was going on. Oh! Okay, I didn't dodge that. I was about to say, I should not have dodged that. I didn't.
Oh, right. Healers are resing you, but then not healing you.
Yeah!
What do you mean you don't have potions on your hotbar?
I have second wind.
also have so much weakness right now that, like, a stiff breeze will knock me over.
I think weakness just affects damage.
Oh, you're right.
Strength, dexterity,
I'm
intelligence, and mind. Yeah, no, what keeps re-killing you is that,
I wasn't completely at full HP. Also, I'm bad. But no,
yeah,
that was a raid wide.
But the
in my
problem more
defense.
is that if there was a healer in the party, like, you res someone and then you drop an OGCD heal on them, and like
Yeah.
it's fine. But you're basically just getting stabilized, and then well, you're not getting stabilized. The problem. You're getting rezzed, but then you're like still in danger of one.
It's like reviving somebody with a medicine check in D&D and then not giving them a potion after. Which is why... Oh, it wasn't Time Mage. What was it I had leveled up on my main that had... Oh, it was one of the jobs that drops from the CEs in Southhorn, I think, that I was using to heal on my main. I just don't remember which one it was.
The Oracle has healing.
Oh, it was probably... Yeah, it was Oracle. Okay. I'll just hang in there, I guess, until the... until I can afford to buy the speed map, and then once I have that, I will have White Mage be the next thing that I buy.
I am like 200 away from mastering Mystic Knight, so then I'll just switch over to Phantom White Mage.
That works. Oh, it's 8 o'clock. At some point, I should probably also eat dinner.
Yeah, probably.
I'll wait until the next ad break. Hope that the CEs I need don't pop during that time. And then scamper.
Freaking skedaddle.
Yeah. But, oh, right, going back to the whole thing about, if they made Freelancer a limited job. At least the infrastructure is kind of already in the game from back in the day when we had cross-class skills.
Yeah.
It would just be taking that system and turning it into a job.
Technically, we still have cross-class skills, but like, not in a way that anyone cares about.
Right, but my point is, it's not like they don't already have code that they could use to make it happen.
Right.
And then also have it be a job that can wear literally any gear, and then watch what kind of insanity the community comes up with in terms of this.
Hey, there we go. One age. What is okay? White Mage getting Cure 2 at level 1 as God intended.
I'm so excited to see what they're going to be doing with Evolved Mode.
Yeah. I mean, even if I wind up preferring Reborn on a particular job, Like I'm going to learn every job on evolved mode.
Yeah, I think that's smart.
So if I don't like them, then when I talk shit about them, I'm correct.
Ha! Well, here's why I'm saying it's smart. They're doing reborn mode for the 22 jobs that are currently in the game, which means technically there's going to be like 46 jobs in the game.
Yes. Crazy.
I can't see them maintaining doing all of that and the balancing, going from 22 to 46 and then 48 and then 50 every expansion going forward. I think they have reborn mode in the game right now because they know they're doing a really drastic change, and change is scary, and this will give the community a buffer to get used to evolved mode before they get rid of reborn mode. So, and in the meantime, they'll probably use the feedback and like the stuff people like from the reborn mode versus evolved mode to like adjust evolved mode and make sure it's something people are really happy with before they cut the cord. But I do think that reborn mode is a core temporary thing that they're going to phase out within the next expansion or so. You're quiet. Are you saying something?
I'm reading my white page buttons.
Fair. Okay, yeah, that's fair. But yeah.
Wait. Whoa. Okay. What? I get a targeted invuln.
Interesting.
Yeah. 90-second cooldown, but yeah, the level 3 ability is Occult Blink. Renders target invulnerable to most magic damage for 1 hit.
Holy shit.
So it is just a like, oh, you're about to fail this mechanic? No, you're not.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Man, you having that and using it on yourself when you are also our tank is kind of broken.
Well, I mean, it's also a Call Crescent, so I can just, like, not tank, but...
I know, but you're... Still, it means you technically have a second invuln.
No.
I don't actually know what this skill does. I'm just hitting buttons.
I love hitting buttons.
But yeah, I'm kind of wondering, at least when it comes to the jobs that are in Occult Crescent that are also jobs we have outside of it, if some of the skills we have from that are proof of concept of things they want to give us in evolved mode. And the reason I say that is because unless it was a mistranslation, they were talking about how like, oh yeah, Bard is gonna get songs that increase party defense and like a song that heals everybody. And I'm sort of like, okay, but Bard already has something that does defense. And like, unless it was a mistranslation and they meant boosts healing, which is what Bard already does, it makes me wonder if they're gonna change how Nature's Mana works. And since they mentioned something about increasing movement speed, either they're just talking about Swift Song or they're gonna change, or I'm sorry, Peloton, or they're gonna give us Swift Song back and change how it works.
Yeah, so what I think is interesting there, and again, you know, who knows what the translations are, and who knows what song is even going to mean in evolved mode. Mm-hmm. But increase movement speed, increase the effects of healing, decrease incoming damage. Those are all things that Bard does,
yeah,
but not as songs.
No, yes you do. Yes, we do.
No.
Not in terms of the original 3 songs, but I am on Bard right now. Nature's Mana is a song. You play an instrument to use it.
Yeah, I'm talking about song as the mechanic in the Bard's kit.
Right,
Bard
but that's
has
my
3
point.
songs.
No, Bard has more than 3 songs. It's just only 3 of them are the stance things that we originally had
Yeah,
from
but
the very beginning.
when someone's talking about, I promise you, when someone's talking about the Bard songs, those 3 buttons are what they're talking about.
Yes,
The
but
three
is that what the
stances, as it
devs
were.
would be talking about when they talk about the songs?
And that's what I'm saying, that it's, you know, if you're going to be talking about those, you know, songs that do those things, so I'm starting from the assumption, I like to rule out the dumb guy hypothesis as soon as possible. The dumb guy hypothesis on this is, what are they talking about? Bards already have songs that do those things.
Well, no,
they know
because
that, so like that's not what they mean. They
well,
must
no,
mean something
okay.
else.
Yes and no, because what they said, unless it was a mistranslation, wasn't a song that boosts healing. They said a song that heals, which is why I'm wondering if they're going to change what Nature's Mana does from being a heal buff to being a healing song. And with the movement speed one, it's also a yes and no, because yes, it increases movement speed, but not in combat, which means that basically there is no difference between using Peloton and using Jog, which has turned something that used to be a very bread and butter thing for range physical in general into a very niche ability that you don't really need. And so I'm wondering if they're going to take Peloton away as a roll skill, give Bard back Swift Song, and have it be a in-combat movement speed. Basically, Bard expedience.
Yeah, I think that from what they've said, just in general about evolved philosophy, it sounds like they want to get away from the strict song rotation.
Which I'm looking forward to, because including on stream, I have fat thumbed my song order so many times, and Bard is a very quote unquote easy job, but man, once you fuck up, it's really hard to recover. It is very punishing.
They mentioned as well in Bastion that you know, it's got this range phase that you use when you need it, which, you know, I don't. Well, we'll have a 4-hour stream to get more details, but I think it's just going to make sense when we have hands on it.
Yeah, I think honestly, I think we're gonna need to wait until the press tour to really know with anything what's going on. I'm gonna wait until this resolves before I accept that.
And so I would have thought that more until they, and you know, I don't know. I forget which panel or which thing it was during that this was mentioned, so I'm not sure if this is something you're aware of. Yoshi P did say that they are going to have a 4-hour stream at a later time, just about Evolve job design.
Okay.
So that doesn't sound like Media Tour to me. We'll get a lot of stuff during Media Tour. That's super true, because that's when, like, we will be watching videos from content creators who have had hands on Evolved. So like I will be watching. You want to know how freaking Evolved Black Mage feels? You go watch Pint's coverage, because she will have talked about it. But you know, presumably before that, I think it'd be so weird if we had Media Tour, and then after that, a 4-hour stream talking about the Evolve jobs that people already played at Media Tour. So probably we'll just have a lot of information before that, and you know, most of ideas.
Sure.
But from what I'm hearing, what sounds likely on Bard is that, you know, you'll have, you know, your damage increasing stance, so to speak, like you currently do, but you'll be able to change, like, oh shit, like we need some more healing. Let's change to a song that's doing regen on everyone. Let's,
Sure.
you know,
That's
we need
how I originally
repositioning.
interpreted
Let's
it, and then I looked at
change-
our kit.
yeah.
And it makes me wonder if they aren't changing. Well, I mean, we'll see.
Yeah.
I'm
I
coming
think-
at this from the perspective of somebody who has been maining Bard off and on since Heavensward. So we'll have to see, but especially considering what they did to Peloton, or like what kind of inadvertently happened to Peloton when they added dog to the game.
I gotta change off Dark Knight.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's just these occult cures take MP.
Yeah, everything just froze. Hang on.
Oh no.
Oh, god damn it! Oh wait, are we still good? We're still.
I can still get you. You cut off in the middle of the goddammit. So if you finish saying goddammit,
Okay.
things are hairy.
Let me check something. Can I? Oh, things froze.
You live though.
Yeah. But I can't. Okay. What? Let me take stock of what happened here. Is okay. YouTube is showing things are still live, but obviously my VTuber model is frozen because all of my streaming stuff. Okay, OBS says we're still live, so let me see if I can salvage relaunching the stuff that crashed. Okay, yeah, all my VTuber stuff crashed. Bear with me, guys. Yeah, Bridger, gotta close that. Gotta close. At least OBS didn't crash this time.
That's helpful.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to go into Task Manager to close YouTube Studio, and now I individually launch my VTubing stuff. Man, having a Stream Deck is incredibly useful. Cannot overstate that. Pro tip if you're a streamer, I'm not using it right now because I need to open individual programs, but the multi-tool or the multi-action button is extremely useful. Okay, I can probably make it to that on time.
Yeah.
While things launch. And now I connect the iPhone, connect to Studio. Oh, maybe OBS. Oh, that's so weird.
Oh, you're moving again. That's good.
Is Stream still working on Twitch?
Yeah. Stream's
Okay,
still on
cool.
Twitch.
So
and actually, you never dropped a single frame on your game
That is-
capture.
that
Game
is-
capture is perfect the entire time.
wild. Cause yeah, technically things are working fine, but the preview in OBS is frozen, so I can't monitor stream anymore. Let me open up Twitch real quick and just have that. I at least need to test something. I'll worry about it after this fight, but I need to double check how broken OBS is right now. It's showing like the sound or the audio mixer still working. That's fine.
and my plugin for StreamerBot chat stuff is still fine, so maybe I'll still be able to monitor chat. I just need to make sure. Fortunately, I know that, at least in theory, my computer shouldn't get too mad at me for having my stream open on Twitch, because I have to do that when I'm streaming Baldur's Gate 3 so that I know when the polls I run through the integration close. Because it doesn't tell me in the game. And it doesn't tell me in OBS. But, uh-oh, hang on, I need to fix some things. There, is that gonna make the tits overlay go away? Yes. And... sometimes, VTube Studio does this very funny thing where even though I am clicked into a different program, if I scroll my wheel, it still affects the size of my VTuber model.
That's fun.
Yeah. One time I thought it was broken because I looked over and I thought my VTuber was missing, and it was just no. It's very tiny. Oh, kind of like what's happening now. Hang on. Okay, there. It should be fixed now. Well, while I'm dead, I'm just gonna type test in chat. Is it gonna show up? Yes, it shows up. Okay, good. I can monitor chat. That's the really important part.
Huzzah.
Are you kidding me? Hello?
Hello.
Okay, cool.
Are we having fun?
No, because... oh, god damn it! Okay. I moved... an unexpected error has occurred, exiting Final Fantasy XIV. Cool.
Awesome. So cool.
Yeah, everything crashed again. You know what? Give me like a second before I go back into stuff. I'm just gonna run something real quick and see if this fixes it. And I'm doing it live on stream because why not, I guess. Oh. Because, yeah, normally I don't have this problem. But, apparently my computer hates me right now. Is something running that isn't supposed to be running? Let me make sure Apple didn't decide to, or I'm not sorry, not Apple. Let me make sure Meta didn't decide that actually it wants to run their VR stuff without my permission again. No. Okay. Cool. They did have to disable that because it is very annoying that they make you do that.
Yeah, that's one of those guesses that didn't sound very plausible until you said again.
I don't know if it was what happened before, but no, it more has to do with, okay, it's this thing that's running in the background that I'm not actually actively using, messing things up. And they did have it start launching automatically without it being a setting that you actually gave permission to. I mean, it's meta. I don't know why you'd be surprised by that. Verification at 69% complete. Nice.
Nice.
But yeah, man, I know I don't have money right now, but I cannot wait until I can get my hands on a Steam frame and escape Meta's whole ecosystem altogether. But first they have to come out, and then I have to have money to afford one.
Oh, hey.
Yes, that
Relic step done.
There's a problem. Windows Resource Protection found corrupt files and successfully repaired them.
Yay.
I'll hope that was enough for now and relaunch the game and everything else. And hopefully, yeah, I think something got corrupted when because I was like playing Final Fantasy XIV and watching YouTube, and then suddenly the lights went out last night. You know, it's not fun having to go to your outside access only basement at 3 a.m.
Ooh, yay.
Yeah. At least the weather is nice-ish right now. By that I mean it's not winter.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd characterize the weather as nice recently, but
I don't have to worry about slipping on ice or snow while going down 3 flights of stairs at 3 a.m. when the public lights for my apartment are off.
Of the types of misery for a brief jaunt outside, it's not a bad one.
Yeah. Okay. We are relaunching everything. Oh, right. I have to restart things. Everything is going fine. Hey, Flame! Yeah, thank you. That's a good way of knowing that things are working. Okay. Into my streaming file or programs folder. Launching. Logging in at the same time. Launch that. Yes. Connect to iPhone. Connect to VP Studio. There we go. Launch tits so that if anybody donates bits or gift subs or anything like that, it launches it launches plushies at my VTuber model like God intended. Oh, are you? Oh. Is it? Why? Oh, did this not? There we go. Okay. VTuber model connected. And then streamer bot. Yes, I do run like 7 programs while streaming. What about it? Oh, I'm alive. We're not in party anymore. I'm also not alive.
Yeah, you extremely exploded.
Yeah.
Before you totally pokeballed. I dropped out of instance because I am done with the relic step.
Congrats.
It's a very, very, I don't know if you started on main. This one's a very play the game relic step.
Yeah, it's the one where you have to do the like either do North Horn or do roulettes, right?
Yeah, I'm on that one. It's 3 flavors of gummies.
Yeah.
And like, you know, so I judge people who did demi-atmas in Fates. because the rates aren't better than in Southhorn, and like, what, you're not gonna level your phantom jobs? Like, are you're not gonna play
The
a Cult
answer to
Crescent?
that may surprise you.
Which, sure, but like, so the but anyways, you know, the least judgmental I'm willing to go is, like, I tell people the only reason to do Demi-Atmas through Fates is if you really do not care about Occult Crescent and just want to do the bare minimum of Occult Crescent to progress relics. If you have any interest in Occult Crescent, Demi-Atmas takes 0 time. It's you will get them before you're finished leveling your phantom jobs.
Oh yeah,
Like,
it's why I have
free.
random jobs I still haven't leveled on my main. Because the thing is, like, if you're somebody who really cares about like getting your relic done, it's so more effective. Honestly, my advice to people, because like, it does become a problem. When you get down to only needing 1 or 2 Demi-Atmas, and like, you're not going to find a party who only wants to grind stuff in specific zones of Occult Crescent. So at that point, I can understand somebody going to a specific area to grind fates for that last Demi-Atma. Which is what I did.
So I hear that a lot. Disagree on the grounds that if you have 1 Demi-Atma left, you are actually secretly in the same position as when you had no Demi-Atmas. Because what are you doing in Southhorn? You're doing every fate and critical engagement. Like, if a thing that you want to do is level stuff, like do Occult Crescent stuff, your approach to Occult Crescent doesn't change. You're just getting gummies for free as a consequence of what you're already doing.
Yes and no, until you're in a party that doesn't want to prioritize the specific zone you're in, so you constantly end up missing stuff or ending up without your party or whatever.
I never ran into a situation where party prio is a concern at all. I see a fate or a critical engagement and I go to it.
Or rather, like, I didn't want to feel like a leech. My big problem was I didn't want to feel like a leech trying to get, or like being in a party but not participating. And why are you not? Oh, it's just Twitch is a little behind, so it looked like my stream or my VTuber wasn't working right. But what happened to me is I didn't want to feel like a leech, but because I was with my party going to stuff, I was constantly missing out on some of the more annoying to get to fates that were in areas that I needed, but I didn't want to just be sitting around in that specific area to get the one thing that I needed, while my party was actually like engaging with the content. So I ended up just like going to Kazumaoka and getting that last gummy from there.
Yeah,
also,
so it's...
Let me know when you're ready to go in.
The bit in there with, I don't want to feel like a leech, that's something where I just super different. Like, I don't feel that if I have something, if I need to like go pick up what do I call it? A confluence or a survey point or what, if I need to like go do something for my stuff in that party.
It wasn't even do stuff. It was, what I would have loved to have done was have a party of other people who needed the same gummy I did and just not leave that zone at all to guarantee we didn't like miss something because people killed the fate before you could get there, or it's not like people give a shit about making sure everybody who wants to do a fate gets there before pulling. Just like make sure that you didn't miss anything that you really needed because you were participating with the party.
Yeah, I just didn't run into that problem. I was playing heads up, I'd see a fate, pop, I'd gun it right away, I'd get there, miss very few fates. That was just my experience.
Were you doing it on release, or were you doing it a bit later?
On release.
Okay.
It's easier now. it's easier now.
Yeah.
Especially because they buffed the scaling range of fates. Like, so it looks farther out to see who's on the way before determining.
Also, let me know when you're ready to go in.
Yeah, I will. There's a cutscene to clear out this
okay.
room, and I am reading it.
Gotcha. But yeah. I think the way they're doing Relic this expansion is the right move. Because the reality is, as somebody who has done every Relic since A Realm Reborn, at least one Relic, in some expansions more than one Relic, people will always complain no matter what they do for Relic. The reason why they did a 100% home grind last expansion was probably because no matter how easy they made the Relic grind every expansion, people would complain about the grind. And as somebody who did Atma grinds when, like, before they nerfed it, back to the original Atma grinds, and then quit doing Relic until it got nerfed because of how bad that grind was, and, like, experienced books back when it was a current thing, I have thought it was hilarious every time people have complained about the grind for Relic every expansion after that, because it has progressively gotten easier and easier. Imagine, you know how with what we referred to at the time as Dungeon Atmas, you know how that's a 100% drop rate now? It was not a 100% drop rate when that step was current. It was like 15, maybe 20% drop rate. So imagine, like, there's somebody on Reddit who, like, calculated how many dungeon runs he had to do, and he had to run, like, 90-something dungeons to finish that step. Imagine having, like, the worst imaginable party you could be in doing an A Realm Reborn dungeon because you need a drop, and then realizing that you didn't get the drop, and you're gonna have to run that dungeon again.
Yeah, and when I'm ready now.
Okay.
And then, like, Delubrum was just one artifact per, right? And, like, so much was just...
At least you were guaranteed that drop, though. Imagine if it had been RNG for that.
Here's a take that I heard yesterday. This is from a, I'm not going to name and shame. This is from a big creator. And this is not from a dumb dummy. This is intended more as a illustration of the conflicting desires. This was self-confessed as well from a bit later from the creator, and this is definitely not a take from someone who knows how to design a video game and has any idea of how to reconcile their conflicting desires. The complaint was, man, it really sucks that repeat relics are just tombstone grind.
I've heard other people have that complaint.
That's one of them. The other complaint, or the other statement that came maybe 5 minutes later, is, I wish you could earn relics just by playing the game.
You can!
That's what tombstone grind is.
Yeah!
Just freaking everything you do drops uncapped tones. Like,
especially because, like, here's the thing, is that, like, what the devs have to also balance is, Relic is BIS for the expansion it is out.
yes.
Especially by the final patch. So you do need to put some work into getting it. Yes. Well, there have been times in the past where it's, like, based off of base stats and stuff, it has on and off for certain jobs been BIS. But, like, it is a very good weapon, considering you don't have to, like, raid or do any kind of difficult content to get it.
Yeah, nothing hard.
So they need to balance it being enough of a grind to justify you getting that kind of weapon, while also realizing that after that expansion is over, it's a shiny stat stick relic or glamour thing. And so I think not making you have to do the grind for every weapon and having it be homes afterwards is great, because it means you can do that grind if you're...
I think the one-time step focus is the right call. Like, that's an objectively correct way to do it.
Because it future-proofs it.
That's not a real word for the situation, but yeah.
Because what it means is that when it is next expansion, somebody can do that grind and then spend poetics or whatever legally distinct currency they're going to replace poetics with, because I don't buy for a second that they're completely getting rid of
I think poetic stays.
Well, because here's the thing. Here's my theory. I think I could understand if, like, in theory they keep poetics but name it something different, because even as of Dawntrail, we're not someplace the Allegan Empire can be, and you can only suspend your disbelief about why we'd be finding Allegan tombstones someplace so much before they're going to start getting memed on. They were very clever about it with Shadowbringers, with having the Crystal Tower be there, but they can't do that every expansion. We're going to the 4th next expansion. The Allegan Empire wasn't on the 4th. So I think they're probably planning on switching it to something more generic. And the other reason why
I don't think we're gonna get away from poetics before they get memed on too much for it, because that started happening like is it safe to call it like 7 years ago? Like, not 7.
Right, but at least there was a reason. Up until this expansion, at least everywhere we went, it made sense that we might find Allegan tombstones because the Alec had been there. We're going to a completely different reflection where the Allegans and their relics can't be found. And also, I'm sure I'm not the only one who has been getting really bad Allegan fatigue for like a couple of expansions now. My biggest fear when we saw Solution 9 ahead of Dawntrail dropping was, oh god, it's going to be the Allegans again. My biggest relief about Dawntrail was the fact that it wasn't Allegans.
I coped through that super hard. A lot of people were dooming from FanFest. Because, like, oh, here's this, like, techno dungeon design or whatever. Like, oh,
the Final Fantasy community, hang on. The community, like, Final Fantasy XIV's community was dooming
like
again?
Alcan architecture. What's that?
You're telling me the Final Fantasy XIV community was dooming? That's unheard of. I know, I see it.
Engagement in the middle. We need it. That's the last one.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, no, but I'm sitting there like,
oh no,
that's not. Run,
hey, guess who was a dummy and forgot to attune to... I've got a minute and a half to get there. I should be able to make it. I just forgot to attune to the Ethernet down there first. I'll go to the critical engagement and then attune afterwards. Damn, I could have sworn... I think I was standing right in front of it, too, and I forgot to attune to it.
If we miss this one, we'll re-instance. If I was thinking, do I have I don't have a multi-person mount on my hotbar, so I don't know. We might have lost time looking for it, but
I've got 40 seconds. I should be able to struggle bus over there. Hopefully. We'll see.
Well, if you don't make it, just attune and then we'll re-instance.
Okay.
I'm gonna step out of it because like we're gonna be going until we're probably gonna be going until we get this. I'm not too bothered. I've seen this spawn plenty of times.
I have a friend.
Oh, it's so plausible. I see you. I see you on your way.
5, 4, 3,
I'm
2.
stepping in.
I made it.
Oh my god! Amazing.
I may be time
That was
blind,
super
but
good.
I knew I was fairly certain I was gonna be able to make it.
Yeah, where I was at was, I didn't think so, but I knew it was going to be close enough that, like, don't stop trying.
Yeah.
But I really didn't think so.
I made it to enough, I've made it to enough of these by the skin of my teeth that I could make at least an educated guess that I could make it. You know what the worst part is? Unless they were subscribed, that happened during an ad break, so anybody who isn't subscribed or wasn't watching on YouTube missed that. Ow.
Oh.
Help.
Well, I would have been hoping that, that ads started in the middle of the dash. So they'd have to wait until it came back from ads to find out if you made it.
I mean, that's what's gonna happen, I think.
Well, but if they didn't see that...
Well, at the very least, my point is they missed the climactic moment.
Yeah.
Oh, right, I know this fight. Ow. This is calamari all over again. Oh, yeah, her name is Lurley. Conjure Calicus theory. Okay.
It's Katamari Damacy, yeah.
No. Calamari, because she's squid.
It's Katamari because she rolls you up in a ball. How dare you question me?
I don't know what it is with me and giving things nicknames that involve food. I know calling Mordona more donuts isn't an uncommon thing.
To be honest, yeah.
But Sushi of the Violet Tides, my nickname for Monago has always been Mango. Ow. Hello, Floor. Oh, I shouldn't have typed that. I actually am craving it now. Damn it. It doesn't help that I'm hungry. I'm probably gonna... Once we finish this, unless one of the other two that I need pops immediately. Step away long enough to grab some food.
We go left, then right.
It's a circle. That's not going to help me. Who's Who's left?
her
Who's right? Okay.
Her left, her right are the
Thank
safe
you.
spots.
What are you gonna do next? Tell me to go to the corner? Ow. You know, I probably deserve that.
Yeah, just a little bit. Oh. Oh. Every
Are we in trouble?
single possible orb got spawned. People got by
Oh my
every single trap.
god, the bodies.
Yeah, there just was not time to kill all of them.
It means I can repeat the joke I made yesterday. Clean up on aisle 5. Get it? Because this is an island, and it's based off of Final Fantasy V.
Yeah, I understood that.
Okay. Now, yeah, I need to go get food. I will be
Get that,
right
get
back.
that, get
Oh,
the ether
god
right.
damn it! I'll grab it when we get back. I need to get someplace safe. I'm so hungry. I'll get
It's
it when we
fine.
get back.
You
As
don't
long
need-
as
you don't need to rush here ever again.
Still. But yeah, I'll be right back.
Hello, everybody. We are back. I have dinner.
We're so back.
Yeah, we are. Other than the fact that I missed out on that CE.
I'm doing math.
I missed out on my chance to show off my mad and totally existent math skills. I'm so excited for the new minigame that they're adding to the Gold Saucer. I can't wait to play Mavis Speak in 14.
It's been very funny to me seeing people ask, like, how are you supposed to play this on console? You plug in a keyboard.
The only people where I think that's a valid question.
Know you can plug in a keyboard?
Well, the only people where I think that's a valid question is anybody who ends up playing the game on Switch.
You can still plug in a keyboard.
You can? Okay, never mind then.
There are some extra steps. If you're playing docked, like, just plug in a keyboard. What are we doing? If you're playing handheld, you just need a USB-C to A dongle. I mean, there are probably keyboards now that just use USB-C. Like, USB-C is the new standard.
Or does remind me, does the Switch use Bluetooth?
It does, but you can't connect it won't work with a keyboard over Bluetooth.
Oh,
tragically.
Okay.
That is a super legitimate complaint unrelated to Final Fantasy XIV. I think for a while they fixed this on Switch 1, but for quite some time, I mean, obviously Switch always had Bluetooth. That's the protocol they used for the controllers. But for quite some time, it would not recognize Bluetooth headphones. So what a stupid world we were in, where there were products specifically designed for like a Bluetooth dongle to plug into the bottom of your Switch to let you use Bluetooth headphones.
Amazing.
And I considered buying one. I just got too mad at how stupid it is that you would need that.
No, that's fair.
When there is Bluetooth on board, that I never bought it. And then, like, eventually it went like, oh, they just turned that on in firmware, which it should have always been.
So maybe eventually they'll make it possible with the Switch too.
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend like it takes zero work to do something like that, but it wouldn't be hard. But yeah, no, literally the first exposure I had to Final Fantasy XIV was college roommate playing. This would have been late. Well, it would have been 2.5, or maybe a little bit before, because he was playing playing Ninja at release. And playing the Hildy quests from that. I think the Hildebrand quests from that patch was actually the first thing I ever saw of Final Fantasy XIV. Awesome.
Well, that's an introduction.
And then, of course, like whatever his name was, the clown ass loser bad guy in the Ninja quests. I had a very unserious introduction to the game. But absolutely, I mean, they were playing on PS4 with a controller plugged in for chat. And so I'm like, oh yeah, well, obviously that's what people playing on console do, right? Because, like, it'd be crazy to not be able to chat with people in an MMO. That'd be crazy, right? Oh, okay.
Wait, you mean people playing MMOs are supposed to communicate with each other?
Yeah,
And
I
use
know,
their
right?
words?
Oh, it was super tangentially related. Wooly Versus had a freaking revelation today. He's been playing on controller, which he's going to continue to do. That's just, you know, playing on the couch on controller, just how he does stuff. But oh man, he picked up the mouse to navigate the map for the first time. Like, I think he's coming up on the Company of Heroes quests. And just for the first time, he thought to just, like, try using the mouse for the map. Because he's been having such troubles navigating the map on controller. And just the instant click of, oh, okay, the game works on controller, but these are every single menu in this game is designed for mouse. I should just have that.
Wait
Oh, dang
until... Wait
Hold on,
until
I
he
have to call.
tries... Oh, okay. Oh. Might as well look for chests while we wait for things to pop.
Okay.
Welcome back. Anyway, what I was gonna say is wait until he tries doing Leap of Faith with mouse and keyboard instead of a controller.
Yeah. I am such a firm believer in keyboard and mouse for I'm actually a firm believer in standard movement for jumping puzzles. I think you know, legacy movement on keyboard certainly is less of a problem than on controller, but yeah, jumping puzzles are so much easier.
Which type of movement do I use on this character? I can never remember which one is which. Oh, I use Legacy. But it's also what I'm used to because before I started playing 14, I was playing Korean MMOs where the movement was the same. Except maybe it was click to move instead of WASD. That was like my really big adjustment with playing 14 was I wasn't used to playing a game where I could just click to move my character around. If people ever vote for me to play Mabinogi, if we hit sub goal and then we hit sub goal, that's most certainly going to be an adjustment for me. Because the reason that and Vindictus are on the poll is because those were my main MMOs before I played Final Fantasy XIV. And honestly, I probably would have still been playing Vindictus. Except the reason I quit wasn't because I lost interest in it. It's because Nexon does not give DLC to that game beyond it being a panty simulator.
Well, Nexon, so...
Yeah, no, pretty much. But, because of that... I've heard Vindictus be compared to Monster Hunter, which is pretty valid. But, like, imagine if you were playing, Monster Hunter, but you could, like, the board to go take on a hunt wasn't working. Basically, Vindictus was all dungeons, and the way you reached the dungeons was by getting on a boat,
And there'd be a little signboard next to the docks where you would either select which dungeon you wanted to do and then like make a solo party or join somebody else's party or whatever, and then you'd go. Except for some reason, the boat board was just like not loading for me. So I literally it was literally unplayable for me. And at the time I thought it was my internet. And then way later, like a couple years ago, when I had significantly better internet because I was streaming at that point, and also significantly better computer because I wasn't on a laptop anymore, I say as everything freezes, hello? Okay, it's just the game freezing, I think.